Refreshments bay, outside at the take a seat
refreshments
inside,
bay,
and those of you inside the auditorium
inside,
would
and
request
those
you
of
all
you
to
inside the
please take
auditorium
the front row seats that are available. We will begin Dakshin Dialogues 2024. We will begin Dakshin Dialogues 2024.
Thank you.
Shortly. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for taking our time on a Saturday morning to be here. I'm requesting our esteemed audience to please take your seats, and those of us outside in the refreshment bay to please take a seat inside the auditorium. We hope to begin Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People in Technology Governance for Tomorrow, in a short while. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here. On a Saturday morning, it's not easy. I'm Anusha Ravi Sood, and I'm the executive editor at South First. 2 years ago, when we started South First, the idea was to have a platform, a news platform that puts together not just aspirations, perspectives, but also simple, straightforward news, innovation, policy, governance that is unique to South, Southern governments, Southern people, and Southern perspectives. And we've just completed 2 years. It was on 17th of September, 2 years ago, that we launched South First at the first edition of Dakshin Dialogues. And today we stand here with you with the third edition of Dakshin Dialogues. Over the years, we've had the opportunity to host some of the best names when it comes to government, politics, law, definitely activism, entrepreneurship on this platform of Dakshin Dialogues. And today, Dakshin Dialogues 2024, we wanted to do something different from what we have done in the last few editions. The previous editions, the topics ranged from federalism, delimitation, largely policy-oriented political governance issues. But this time, where we recognize that in changing age, we also have to focus on something that is so innate to all of us. Whether we like it or not, there is no escape from it, technology. And whether we like it or not, it is dictating the way we live our lives, dictating the way governments are taking forward policy framework. And that's why the focus today on entrepreneurs, on innovators, on innovations in this country. We'd like to begin by thanking all our partners today. Dakshin Dialogues 2024 has brought together a range of stakeholders, right from entrepreneurs to governments, and it is being presented to you by Carping AI Solutions in association with the Government of Telangana, Government of Tamil Nadu, Government of Karnataka, Electronics Corporation of Tamil Nadu Limited, which is ELCOT more popularly, Startup Karnataka, KTech, the brand name of Karnataka's Innovation and Technology Society, ICOR Biologics Private Limited, and knowledge partner with us today, and we have the privilege of partnering with Indian Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad. Thank you so much for being here on a Saturday. We will begin in a couple of minutes with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, after which I have to introduce to you, and it is my privilege to introduce to you, somebody who you cannot say is just a founder of several initiatives. And without much further ado, we would like to begin Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People in Technology, Governance for Tomorrow. And as we always do, I invite on stage our esteemed guests today for a ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Mr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, if you could kindly join us. Dr. Palnivel Tyagarajan, the Minister for IT, Tamil Nadu, along with CEO and founder of Dakshin Digital Media and South First, Mr. G.S. Vasu. If multitasking was a competition, I'm sure I would win. To kickstart Dakshin Dialogues 2024 People in Technology, Governance for Tomorrow, we have the privilege of having with us today a pioneer who simply cannot be introduced just as the founder, chairman, and board member of Cient. Padma Shri BVR Mohan Reddy is so much more. He served as chairman of NASSCOM in 2015 to 2016, chairman of CII Southern Region in 2008 to 2009, and currently serves as the National Education Council chairman. BVR Mohan Reddy is also the founding director of T-Hub, the largest startup incubator center in India, giving tough competition to my home state, Karnataka. He's currently the chairman of the board of governors of IIT Hyderabad and IIT Roorkee, and he was awarded the Padma Shri in 2017 for his contribution to trade and industry. It's an honor to have you here today, sir. I request you to please deliver the keynote address and kickstart Dakshin Dialogues 2024.
Honorable Dr. Tyagarajan, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's indeed an honor for me to do the keynote for the South First Dakshin Dialogue. It also has a tagline which says people and technology governance for tomorrow. What I intend to do as a kickstart for this keynote is bring you a perspective of the technology industry and also, of course, weave it into issues like education, innovation, entrepreneurship, and the most important one finally is about collaboration, which I think is a key for our success in future. I've spent a fairly long life. God has been kind to me. And equally importantly, I spent a lot of my life in the technology industry. I was one of the few people who used to call this as a technology industry as opposed to calling it as IT industry. I thought IT was just a transient flow. It was technology which was the bigger chunk of what was happening around the world. It's a fairy tale in terms of what happened with the IT industry in this country. The beginnings were way back in 1980s, but the first inflection point came in 1990s because of the then very visionary leaders, Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao and Dr. Manmohan Singh, opening up this economy, globalization, and as a result of it, I think there was a big inflection in terms of what technology industry could do for rest of the world. And truly, it is a fairy tale because in 1990s, when this initiatives were being taken, this industry was as small as $200 million. Fast forward 30 years, it becomes $200 billion. It's 1,000x never experienced anywhere in any industry, anywhere in the world. It morphed itself into a number of different business models, number of go-to-market strategies, number of service offerings. A number of naysayers said, this will not last too long, especially after the Y2K disappeared from the world. They said Y2K was the one which brought India to limelight, and Y2K is all done, so therefore nothing is left behind. But then we found a new one called the dot-com. The dot-com burst when people said, this is end of it. No, we rejuvenated ourselves, reskilled ourselves. So it goes on and on. And the end result is, it's a very strong industry at this point of time. As I said, $200 billion of revenue, just in terms of exports. If you actually, I believe, add about under $60 billion or so of domestic, it's about a $260 billion industry. Equally important is that it created enormous amount of employment. Currently, the METI numbers that are presented in their website itself shows there are as many as about 5.43 million professionals that are employed by this industry directly. And our number is anywhere between 3 times to 4 times is the indirect employment, which says that there are another 20 million people who are indirectly employed by this industry. So for all that has happened so far, a number of new dimensions have come into this industry, including when it started off, it was in the lighter vein, people used to call it body shop, and then it became a time and material. Thereafter, it became outcome-based, and risk-taking abilities of people came in. But also what we saw is it was not pure IT. Then the BPO came into existence. The ER&D came into existence. There's several new service offerings came into play with this industry. Where do we stand today? I feel very, very honored and privileged that there is one segment of this industry called ER&D, which is engineering and research and development. I pioneered this industry. And this is actually the poster child for the technology industry today. Last year, it had the highest amount of growth, the ER&D part of it. The second one is that we believe that today India continues to be the destination for most of the multinationals for outsourcing. And more importantly, they now have another phenomena called the GCCs, Global Capability Centers. In global capability centers, approximately the numbers are about 1,800 of them are there in India, which means the large multinationals, including the Fortune 100 companies, have set up their own centers in India, and a fairly large number of them are in the southern part of India. We'll come to that in a minute. So still, for GCCs, India is a favored destination. The third one is that we also see a very positive impact coming out of domestic business. We see traction coming from the domestic business, which was never experienced so far. We also see that there is fairly large amount of focus or emphasis that's being laid on skills. That's it. And then making sure that people are job ready rather than just say, we've graduated people. So these are some of the trends that we are seeing as of now with this industry. Let me then say, where does South stand? We're all talking about South first. It's an amazing story thereafter. The top three states again, which does software exports, are in South India. There's 3 states I can call out: Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Telangana. That's an amazing stuff. And between the 5 states, I can't say South is just 3 states, people will club me. So you add those 2 other states of Kerala and Andhra Pradesh, it takes you to a number somewhere between 60 to 65% of volume of business comes out of these 5 states. And you look at employment too. 2/3 of the employment in the IT industry, 2/3 of revenues from the 5 states, a half of the employment is from these 5 states. There's yet another data point that I think is very important for us to remember is we're all talking about startups. So the last number that the nodal agency called DPIIT, Government of India, Ministry of Commerce, laid out was there are about 140,000 startups registered with them. There, I think we will talk about a little later, but we have as few as about 40,000 of them are, according to that particular list, shows up in the southern part of India. So on many parameters, the South has done very well with the technology industry. So what is future holding for us? So if you look at the technology industry, the growth has slowed down a little bit. Last year, the global industry growth was about 4.4%. But one of the key things that comes out of every CXO, I think the number was 95% of CXOs talked about the future of technology is all centered around AI, artificial intelligence. And this artificial intelligence is certainly having a profound amount of effect on our lives. And it's therefore a key priority for the technology industry. So let me very briefly tell you how the trifecta of development, users, and monetization, three of them, are working on the AI industry. First, let's look at where did the AI start off? If you look at, and then start comparing with human intelligence. The first attempt that was made by AI with a zero level of human intelligence built into it was with handwriting recognition. That was in 1998. It went on step by step. By 2017, that's about 19 years thereafter, 2014, 16 years thereafter, is when we saw the computers can do 100% recognition of handwriting. So was the case with speech recognition. That also started off around the same time, 1998. By 2017, it took 19 years, we almost got to a level of perfection of 100% of efficiency. But more importantly, what we are seeing is there are areas where it is taking much shorter time. Look at image recognition for that matter. In image recognition at this point of time, where zero level intelligence was at 2000, by 2009 was zero level. 2015, 6 years thereafter, it's at 100%. Actually, it goes to one more step, which might unnerve some of us. Is it right now at 130% of human efficiency? That's what image recognition is. So you can derive two things. The pace at which the development is happening is becoming shorter. The second one is it is beating the human intelligence. This will go on and on into a number of areas. That's the development part. My second trifecta is all about users. ChatGPT got their first million users in just 5 days. Data point, iPhone, which was considered to be one of the game-changing technologies in this world, took 74 days. If you say no, it was hardware, you need to get devices and so on and so forth. The other data point people talk about is Facebook. Facebook took 7 months before they got their 1 million users. That's about users. Let's look at the monetization part. Now, again, ChatGPT this year will do a revenue of $3.4 million. Sorry, it's not ChatGPT, it's OpenAI. OpenAI will do $3.7 billion of revenue this year. That's the pace with which they're in a position to monetize. You don't need to wait for years and years together saying that, we're investing in development. We're investing in buying markets. We're investing in customer acquisition. But you get into a mode where you say, we can monetize it too. That's how technology is progressing. So the sum total of the story is that what we are seeing is that technology is progressing faster. It's becoming equally efficient as the human beings. It certainly is reaching out to a number of people. Equally important is it's also money-earning business. The other very interesting thing that we have seen is that it's become all-pervasive. It's at one point of time, you look at information technology, where I started my career. What were we doing? Accounting, payroll, inventory control. That's it, 3 applications. But today you look at the applications and industries, you just stretch your imagination. Whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, it is logistics, it's agriculture. Anywhere you think about it, there's an application. So the addressable market has grown many-fold as we see at this point of time. Let me then quickly move on. So what brought us here? The 2 things I'd like to just touch upon is one is certainly enormous amount of infrastructure that got created. I think we should give credit to the right people. They created the digital infrastructure. Connectivity became a very small thing, whether it's broadbanding or it's mobile technologies through which we have connected each other. We certainly have seen enormous amount of infrastructure that was built. The government, and I acknowledge Dr. Tyagarajan and his party and the rest of the people, did a phenomenal job, various different governments from time to time, in making sure that they created the right infrastructure for this industry to prosper. Whether it is the layouts, roads, power, connectivity. And in a lighter vein, I keep telling people, 10 years back in summers, the facilities that I have used to appear as if it's a graveyard for generator sets. Any generator set, every generator set in town used to be hired by us. Because we never thought, we will have power shortage for 10 hours, 12 hours at a time. And so therefore that was there. And now fast forward, it doesn't appear anymore. I'm sure it's true with many other cities in India. So ability to give us infrastructure, certainly. And then ease of doing business has grown considerably. I belong to a generation where I was involved in hardware business, system integration business between 1982 to 1992. And what was effectively happening is that we used to import some of the peripherals. And my C&F agent used to send me a sheet every Monday morning. Consignment landed. When will it be cleared? 3 months from now, 4 months from now. That's how it used to be. It doesn't hold good anymore. I think we had to give a lot of credit to the governments for improving the ease of doing business. Certainly, I think the digital awareness has grown considerably in this country, and that has also helped us. But then the question that then comes back is, if this is the situation, or you still have advantages like the demographic dividend, and certainly I think we also have a large capacity of education. I'll talk about it in a minute, but just give you a headline numbers. We currently have, I believe the closest that comes is China. We currently have 15 lakh undergraduate engineering seats in this country. Don't ask me about questions on quality, we'll come to that in a minute. But that's what the capacity is, only next to China. And out of this 15 lakhs, as much as about 35% to 40% of it is right here in southern part of India. So what are the challenges as we see as we move forward? The first one is that so far this industry or the technology industry has been extremely service oriented. So we provide services to our customers. So how do you do services is, if you want to do a service to your customer, what do? The customer tells you what to do, and then you do it for them. But now things have changed dramatically. The customers are not there. Actually, they do not have that innovation within them to tell you what they want. They only know that their business has to be good. So they shifted even innovation into your portfolio. They want you to come and say, I've heard this conversation with even the largest aircraft manufacturers. My competitor has A, B, C, D features. Do you have any of these technologies which can address them? Or do you have innovation that you can say you'll better the aircraft than what my competitor is doing today? So that is one challenge that we will have. Have we got that mindset shift from moving from services, which I keep saying, just hearing and doing, as opposed to now thinking and doing? They're completely different. That shift is something which is certainly very, very critical for us. And the product development mindset, if you look at how technology is progressing, services will come down. What will increase is the product and platform and systems. That particular mindset has to change, and that change cannot happen just in companies. It has to come from the feeder or come from the input that's coming into the companies, which means the students have to bring in. The students of today are not necessarily the students who probably can change. We need to start this way back in the school system. We also think that there is our ability to understand the global challenges are good, but somehow our mindset seems to be more on incremental innovation as opposed to disruptive innovation. We think about small things being done as opposed to big things being done. You look at even the startup ecosystem. There's no denying at all. There are companies like Joho, Freshworks, or Tally. Some of them are product companies, all right. But they're not still the same type of companies that we've seen in the West. We have to get there. So what do I submit to the August audience today are three things. Number one is that we should definitely relook at our talent. Our education and skilling has to be revamped considerably. There's no denying at all that NEP 2020, which came in the year of 2020, is very visionary policy of Government of India, well being implemented by a number of states around the country, some form or other, not necessarily in full form. But I think the key to it lies in the execution of it. Policies are good, but somebody has to come in terms of executing it. So there are a number of elements which certainly would make our children more creative. We have to move away from that rote learning of mugging and then vomiting thereafter. We should become thinkers. So therefore, the first and the foremost there in that particular value chain I keep talking about is the teacher has to change. So can we bring back with interventions with the teachers, skill them, upgrade them, not once, on a continual basis. The second one is, if you look at the student at this point of time, is far different from the student in the past. Student in the past had sources of knowledge who were very limited. It was the teacher at one stage. It became books in the second stage. And the third stage is one-way electronic communication. But today he has got so many options. Unless the teacher creates value, the student won't be listening. So therefore, we need to do enormous amount of work in making sure that the teachers change. And the third one is continuously this technology will change. In 2018, I did a fairly large piece of work for Ministry of Education, Government of India, where we talked about future technologies that will be prevalent. We called out 8 of them. We were fairly right. But then I don't think they'll stand the test in another 2 years from now. And so therefore, it's constantly you need to upgrade your curriculum, upgrade your teacher, upgrade your teaching methodologies as the student changes because of the environmental change. I also teach in IIT, I teach a course on leadership. And I keep saying 10 minutes is the attention span of the student. You can say my class is 1.5 hours. After 10 minutes, if you're not interesting, the brave guy will take out his smartphone and start texting in front of you. The not so brave guy will put it underneath the table and start texting. But the common thing is they're texting anyway. So therefore, I think one emphasis I'm making is certainly we need more amount of focus on our education and skilling. The second one that I'll call out is that our ability at this point of time to find more amount of startup ecosystem. I think we need startups more than at any point of time in the world. The opportunities are plenty at this juncture. Why am I saying we require more amount of startups at this juncture? Is that today India has this advantage of demographic dividend. But as a result of that, what we do is we put 1 million people every month in streets of India for jobs. That effectively would come down to as many as 10 million people for jobs every year. Or this window is at least for 20 years. But even if you look at 10 years, you require 100 million jobs, 10 crore net new jobs. And the way in which these net new jobs got created all over the world, 60% of net new jobs get created by startups, small, medium companies. There's enough evidence of it. So therefore, we need to create an ecosystem which can promote these startups. And how do they happen? Our ability to innovate, our ability to think differently, our ability to challenge the status quo, our ability to take risks in life. Calculated risks, all right. And that cannot happen when they come into college, they graduate from college. Now suddenly, do you want a shift in the student? It can't happen. So we have to catch them young. We need to start thinking about changing our curriculum way into the school system itself, where we'll start thinking about a lot more disruptively, think about innovatively to ensure that we will have more solutions to people. And those solutions will lead us into a situation where we'll create more amount of jobs. There are classic examples that are there already. Japan, South Korea, China, all three countries had demographic dividend. Japan, South Korea have gone out of it. China is still in it. An enormous amount of progress, we said, economically for these nations, and also in creating more amount of facilities for the citizens. My third input is all about collaboration. We need to collaborate more because in an environment that we are in today, we can't be in a standalone mode. We individuals cannot contribute by themselves. The industry cannot do it by itself. The education institutions cannot by themselves. Government cannot do by itself. So at the level one, I would say the collaboration has to be between individuals within organizations, whether they are academia, government, or industry. And the second one is in between these institutions. I've been doing a little bit of work in the recent past on what I call it as a translational research. What we see today in academic institutions, pardon me, I can see Professor P.J. Narayan, the director of IIIT, may not apply to IIIT, P.J. Ngaru, but this is the general trend that you've seen. I actually made a presentation to all the IIT chairmen in the recent past. And what is happening is the research comes down to a TRL2 or TRL3 level. Good research. But then what happens is, what does it do thereafter? It helps you in terms of publishing. It helps you in terms of improving your H index. There'll be more citations would happen. Is that good enough? Amount of money that's being spent by the time is humongous. So somebody has to take it to the TRL 7 or 8, which comes down to prototyping. And so therefore, I think that collaboration we're trying to promote, because that would happen only when the industry starts taking interest in the academia and trying to encourage them. And it's vice versa. And both of us sit in two different cocoons. There's so much of trust deficit. You have to experience it when you start talking to people. Academia thinks they're doing their best. Industry thinks that, they know the best. And why don't talk to each other? Academia is very slow. Academia thinks about industry saying they want everything yesterday. It's not even tomorrow. So these are the ones which we need to address in order to ensure that we will certainly prosper in years to come. And so the partnerships, collaboration between various stakeholders is very important for prosperity of this industry as we move forward. There comes the other connectivity, is that southern states which are doing so well so far can also further collaborate in ensuring that we go to the next step. The host, the MC, was kind enough to introduce saying my contribution to T-Hub. And there is equally important one called K-Start in Karnataka. I think learning from each other, learning the best practices from each other is one way in ensuring that we can bring this development across every citizen of this nation. Not necessarily. And what is this benefit that's coming out from the technology at this point of time is not just limited to the people in the city of Hyderabad or anywhere else. It definitely means that we are trying to improve the global standards itself. The beneficiaries at the end of it is not just people located in one location, but all across. So in conclusion, my three submissions are, one is if we want to certainly move forward, in the part of the Dakshin dialogue is ensuring that we collaborate more, we focus on startups, and we should definitely make sure our education and the skilling systems improve in years to come. I think the rest of the program, certainly I was very impressed with how Mr. Vasu and the rest of his team have done in curating this. I think, you will have sessions on skill gap and employability, the role of government, which is very important, especially given, some of the challenges we have in data security, cyber security, ethical AI, and so on and so forth, and several more topics. So therefore, urban-rural divide, and I also saw the importance of AI in society. So have great sessions later in the day, and thank you very much to the South First and Vasu especially for inviting me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I invite Mr. G.S. Vasu, the founder and CEO of South First, to give a token of our appreciation to Mr. Mohan Reddy for that very, very engaging talk. Sometimes it's very important to remember the path we've come till now with its history. He spoke about iPhones. On a lighter note, a friend of mine insists that iPhone is a great equalizer. Even if you're a millionaire or an iPhone aficionado who just gets a 20,000 salary, you will still stand in queue for the latest edition. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Like he said, collaboration is everything, and that is what Dakshin Dialogues is all about, to bring together all stakeholders, academia, governance, and industry leaders. World-class innovation needs world-class leaders who can think ahead to make the best of the resources at hand and never underestimating their potential. The roadmap to be better, to do better, begins with a thought, and that thought starts here at Dakshin Dialogues. What does India need to become a global brand? Who better to talk about it than Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister for IT, Tamil Nadu, a globetrotter, patent holder, troubleshooter even when he was a banker, and he continues to do so as a politician. And with such clarity of thought and articulation that it is truly a rarity in the times that we live in. He has a dedicated fan base just for his rebuttals and debates, without doubt. And after all of this, he can also set up or repair most of your household appliances if it is an audio system. It is my honor to welcome you on stage, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan. And he will be in conversation with Mr. Paninder Sabha, co-founder of Red Bus, an entrepreneur who has left an indelible mark on the Indian startup landscape. Many know Mr. Paninder Sabha as founder of Red Bus, but very few know him as the former Chief Innovation Officer for the state of Telangana. I welcome him on stage to engage with Dr. Thiagarajan in a conversation on making India a global brand. And I request the moderator to please allow my dear audience 10 minutes at the end of the session if they have questions to get into the minister. Thank you.
Sure, we have all the time for the audience. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be the host for Dr. Thiagarajan. Being very far from politics, there are very few names that I get to hear. And these are extraordinary names. And when I first heard of Dr. Thiagarajan as a minister, I went and read up then itself. And I was very, very pleased that Indian politics is able to interest people of your caliber.
Thank you.
And thanks for this opportunity, because I got to double dip and go deeper and understand your thoughts, your ideas for the country, for the state, and in general about the society. Firstly, I want to, many of you probably already know this, I want to say that Mr. Thiagarajan's life sounds very, very familiar to many people here, many of the audiences from corporates, startups, and the IT industry. So Dr. Thiagarajan, like many of our friends, went to NIT Trichy. From there, he went to do masters in operations. Then he did a PhD. Then after that, studied business at MIT Sloan. All this sounds like very, very familiar, like a friend. And he fell in love there and married the person he fell in love with, transcending the barriers of religion, caste, whatnot, right? The country, nationality, and etc. And then had a fantastic corporate career. Became a managing director at Standard Chartered Bank. Had a really fantastic typical kind of IT based background. This thing, but then the familiarity ends there, right? After being the managing director at Standard Chartered Bank, he came back to serve the nation as a politician. So I was very curious to know, what did you like? What drove you to come back and contribute and think of contributing to the country? And what did you have in your mind when you took that decision?
Thank you for that very kind introduction. Let me start by first saying, I also deem it a privilege to be in conversation with you. I read up a bit about you. I think the ability to find a technology, a platform that is used by millions of people and improves the efficiency of the system overall is an amazing achievement. So congratulations on that. I think you're a visionary and example for many to follow. In my case, I think it was my ancestors calling to me. My father was in public life, my grandfather was in public life, my great-grandfather was one of the founders of the Justice Party back in the 1900s. So I think I'm an only child, and I think it was always expected that at some point I would come to serve the public. I tried to put it off as long as I could and see the world and do things and become independent. And then at the age of 50, I finally came back.
Yeah, that's a great advantage. I think you can bring this global perspective and the corporate perspective.
Yeah, I think the bigger advantage is that unless you have this kind of legacy, nobody's giving you a seat at the age of 50. Most people in public life start right at the bottom. And so I always joke that if it wasn't for my father, I wouldn't have wanted to come. And if it wasn't for my father, I couldn't have come. So it was a self-fulfilling equilibrium there.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah. And but you're very different from other politicians. What I heard is you won elections without spending money. That's phenomenal because it has large implications. I know very few politicians, but what I understand, I know very few politicians personally, but what I understand from them is given a choice, right, they don't want to buy a vote because it's increasingly becoming a burden, right? It's become now earning money. Money's become a need rather than a want. You have to have money to be a politician, but you're very different. Like I heard you win elections without spending money. How is that? What is the recipe?
No, I think, listen, we all spend money. The election commission fixes a ceiling. We spend within that ceiling. We have to do some advertising, some campaigning, some going around. But actually, those costs are relatively manageable. It's like, a few lakhs of rupees for an MLA seat. But I think the difference is at the core of it, you have to decide what kind of relationship you want with the people early on in your career. And the people will take you on that agreement or that kind of faith, in my experience, continuously. So the first time I came, I was a rarity. I was advised that I had to, pay. I was told that my opponent was doing it, that others were doing it. And I just said, I came for a different reason. I came to serve. And so that day was the key decision point, right? In the earlier conversation, I was saying that sometimes when you make a decision, you don't understand the second order, third order, 10-year, 20-year implications of these decisions. But for me, it was more instinctive. I said, I came here to serve like my forefathers. I didn't come here to make a living. I don't need to win that badly. I came here to, satisfy my conscience, fulfill my obligations to my forefathers that I thought was the right thing to do. If the people don't want me, I can live with that. I'm not. So I had that great luxury that winning was not that essential to my life. And so I chose to take the risk. But the good news I want to say is that if you make that kind of compact with the people and you continuously deliver, then I think over time it becomes the norm, and other people start asking the question, can I also do the same thing? So, in my limited understanding of Tamil Nadu politics, this culture of money and elections was not prevalent before like the mid 2000s. I know my father stood in elections before that. I've seen, though I lived in the US, I used to come back to help him. It became more prevalent after mid 2000s or so, after my father passed actually, because in his last election in 2006, which he won, we certainly didn't spend any money. But somehow it became prevalent, and I came 10 years later. By then, in 10 years, it had become relatively widely spread. So I thought this is my chance to test if it's like a breakable or unbreakable phenomenon. And just to give you the statistics, in my constituency, the two elections before I ran, my party had lost it by 13% and 16%. And of course, every election is different, but at some other level, the voters are roughly the same. So you can't read too much into the data in a time series, but there's some value. But I went from minus 13, minus 16% in 2011 and 14, MP and MLA together, I'm saying. 2016, I scraped through, plus 4% or something like that. By 2019, not only did we do well, but we did better than the state average for my coalition, or roughly the same as state average, and better than any of the other 9 MLA districts in my constituency. By 2021, I was like 16 points or 17 points better than the state average, and by far the number one in my district. So it went from plus 5 or 6% to plus 19% to plus 24%. So we've just been moving that way, including this recently concluded election. So now we have reached a level of understanding with the people. This is what I deliver, and this is what faith they put in me. Because, for example, one thing I do, which is relatively rare, every 6 months I publish a report. And it's becoming increasingly big, maybe like 18 to 20 pages. What have I done for you in the last 6 months?
Wow.
Like what, as an MLA, what have I done? As a minister, what have I done? And I publish it online, but I also print 50,000 copies and deliver them with serial number. I deliver them door to door at every house.
Wow.
So, that's you build that relationship with the people, then you can get elected again and again, I think, without paying. Yeah.
Wow. So a lot of corporate thoughts are helping here in politics, which is great news. I mean, if only other constituencies could come on this path, this can significantly change the country's course.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, of course, most people don't vote rationally most of the time. But if you really think about it, it makes no sense that somebody should vote for even, let's say, 500 rupees or 1,000 rupees for a 5-year period. I mean, the per capita income in Tamil Nadu is like 3 lakh rupees. So if you say even that the median is half the mean, 1.5 lakh rupees, and then you say 3-4 member family, you do all the math. The average household is probably earning 40,000-50,000 rupees a month, the household, or maybe 30,000. And the median is probably 20,000 rupees a month. Once in 5 years, 500 or 1,000 cannot change their lives that much that they should sacrifice their future. You know what I mean? In fact, I'll go that one step further. Even in the election where, to my understanding, my opponent paid, and I didn't, the first election, the highest margin of victory for me was in the poorest and the Dalit colonies, where actually the money had the least effect for the opponent. So most people are at least smart enough to understand what is in their interest in the bigger picture. And I remember, and this just, like in a era when everything about politics is negative, I just want to give this one positive anecdote. The day of polling was a rainy day and it was all slushy, and most of these booths are inside school compounds, so you have to walk through the play fields and all that. And I was going to inspect the booth to see if polling was going okay. the booths were over there. There's just puddles all the way from here to there. So it's like navigating like, Frogger or something game, You have to keep finding the things to go. So I'm walking and I see a young girl carrying a baby coming on the other side. So I start moving in a way that I think I'm going to avoid her so that she doesn't have to step in the water, but I also don't have to. And then I keep my head down and I'm walking, and suddenly I realize she's closer to me than when I started. Then it occurred to me, I'm trying to avoid her, she's actually trying to talk to me. So I just stood there and waited for her to come. First election, I can't even speak Tamil publicly at that time. I go for 1 month of campaign without opening my mouth. I just go to every place, I don't speak. This is the day of polling. I stand there, she comes up to me, she says, "Aren't you the candidate? I know you." She says, "I've just come from the booth, I voted for you. You're going to win, do something good for the people."
Wow.
Right? She's like young Dalit girl with a little baby, right? And that much, so that really gave me hope that, this is the most important thing I've done in my life. I was a successful banker, I was a successful consultant and all that. But it was for companies and shareholders. It was not for people. And so at least in that particular colony, I've made it my mission over the last 8 years. I relaid the roads, I put in new water pipelines, I removed all the electrical wires from the top because of the risk of fire. I put it underneath, I built Anganwadis, I built community hall. I've done everything possible I can in 8 years in that constituency to improve their way of life. Yeah.
And the same thing is probably possible for every politician. Then what is stopping them? Is it the will or the...
I don't know. I think there's the whole negative aspect, right? And again, it starts with this core of faith. I believe that most people are sophisticated enough thinkers. I believe that if you're a human being who's alive today, irrespective of your education level, irrespective of your economic level, you have an innate biological intelligence, through the process of evolution of human beings, that you can tell who is who and what is what. And so since I have faith in humanity, I trust in them and I hope they trust in me. A lot of people, that trust has been broken. Maybe, it takes a couple of losses, I don't know what it is. A lot of politicians think that the people are fickle. Let me also trade at that level of fickleness that I can buy and sell. Right? So I think at the core of it, it requires you to have really faith in the nature of human beings to do it this way. In some sense, this is a much harder way.
Yeah.
Because if you could guarantee me that by paying I'd win, I'd say the workload will be a lot less.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, morally, I have a different problem with it. But just, efficiency-wise, if there was a way to pay and win without having to do all this work, then I suppose for some people that might be the easier way out anyway. Because doing this work is tough. It requires some thinking. It requires a bit of professionalism. You got to run databases. You got to have call centers. You got, be connected to the people. You have to do a lot of work.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I mean, perhaps you could start an institution to educate for the better of the country, to educate others to go your way of doing it.
No, I think the world is going that way. I think more and more young people are coming. I think more and more advisory firms are coming, at least now for the campaigning part. But much more is needed for the serving part. I think you're right. I think we need to do more of that.
Yeah. Sure. Thanks. So now I want to move towards the context of this conversation, which is the Dakshin dialogue. I understand that you are the first one. You have inaugurated this conference a couple of years ago. Which means you're very connected to this concept of having a Dakshin dialogue. So wanted to hear your thoughts on why you feel it is important for a forum like this to exist. Why should we have a conversation around South first?
No, I think Mr. Reddy was very clear about the need for collaboration and the need for collaboration within the South as an example. But I'll even maybe step a little back. One of the things that worries me a lot is that because of the population being heavily centered in the North, and because the seat of power is in the North, and because people who effectively win UP and the Hindi belt where, I don't know, there's 250 MP seats out of 540, most likely form the government. So the perception of the country is in some ways north-centric because power comes from the north and governance comes from the north. So in that sense, when Vasu first came to me, before he started this, he came and we had a conversation in Chennai. And he said, I want to start showing that the South also has its kind of features and characteristics and some commonalities and some issues. So I said, that makes a lot of sense because the identity of India is very much a northern identity in many ways. And the fact that the southern identity is a bit hidden and it's a bit different. So I think that's one thing. The second thing I would say is that I said this in the GST Council when I was a member. The need for state-to-state dialogue has never been higher. Right? Like we are all operating in a highly centralized kind of an increasingly concentration of power in Delhi model, which is the opposite of any developed country in the world. Like most countries start out relatively distributed power and devolution, and increasingly so as time goes on. Take the UK. They've created parliaments in Wales and Scotland because they want a devolution of power closer to the people, right? And most countries, you take China, you take America, you take capitalist, communist, anybody, the level of delegation to local bodies, to states, to regions is very high. Compared to India, for whatever reason, when the constitution was written, they were worried they were creating a country out of nothing. 2-3 millennia of civilized, settled land, first time creating one republic. They put a lot of the power in the center, overwhelming amount of it, so that it would be more likely to hold together. And therefore, it was already a highly concentrated in center power. And then whenever we had single party rule, the Congress from the 1950s till the 1980s, and then the last 10 years of the BJP rule, every time there's been single party rule, they've tried to increase the control in the center at the risk of the states or at the expense of the states. So in this context, it makes a lot of sense that states should have a lot of dialogue between themselves, and there is no forum. In fact, the GST Council ends up being a forum where a lot of both states issues and state-union relationship issues get discussed, though that's not the intent of what the council is for, but because there's no other body, practically, these issues come up. So in that sense, I think we need a lot of state-to-state dialogue broadly across all states, and in particular the southern states, because we have a lot in common. Our cultures are a bit common, our languages all derive from the same place, our outcomes in education, in technology, in economic development are relatively similar. So we have a lot to talk about and a lot to share and learn from each other and work together. So I think for both those reasons, I think this is a good initiative.
Very nice to hear that. Actually, to learn that the states do not have any other forum to come together, discuss, and etc. So this is a great initiative that way.
I mean, it's happening bit by bit, right? You saw recently there was a conclave of all the finance ministers of India. Most were invited, but it was mostly the southern states that went in Kerala. Back in February, March, during the parliamentary campaign, the state of Karnataka held a protest against the centre's fiscal kind of, stepmotherly treatment. And then the state of Kerala held, and I went and participated along with other states at my chief minister's instruction. So states are increasingly coming together, but it's usually after the damage has been done. Something outrageous has happened and now we're gathering to protest, or something very extreme is in the offing, like the 16th Finance Commission is likely to even further deprive us. So now the finance ministers get together. We need to do it more often, more proactively, more regularly, rather than just because an issue comes up, I think.
So what could be the challenges if more and more power is given to the states? And by that extrapolation, let's say you also spoke about the city mayor having their own police and their own policies, their own taxation, etc. Right? I mean, as the member of the government of Tamil Nadu, I mean, if you extrapolate it, and do you, I mean, can you imagine giving that power to your city mayors and to the panchayats having their own police force and etc. What problems do you foresee there? And yeah, I mean,
look, I think
does it feel different from the center giving power to the states, or is it
you can't,
similar?
there's, I think the former director of the NIPFP who said everybody wants devolution till their level of government, right? And the classic example is our Prime Minister, who was the biggest champion of states' rights, who railed against the center every day of his tenure as Chief Minister, and then went and sat in the Prime Minister's seat and took all the power away from the states.
Yeah.
Right? So I think, that is human nature. But if you transcend that, and then you have to say the principle stays the same. The principle is devolve the revenue generation and the spending and the design and implementation of programs as close to the people as possible. The default should be as close to the people as possible. Then if you have a reason why it should be taken up to a different level for standardization, for homogenization, for accountability, then you should take it up one from there. But most of the world, the principle should be keep it as close to the people. And the reason to keep it as close to the people as is viable or feasible is the ratio and the accountability both work in your favor. By the ratio, I mean, if you keep it very close to the people, for every 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 people, you have an elected representative. By the time you come to a member of parliament, for every 2 million people, you have an elected representative. Completely skewed ratio. And 2 million people are not going to hold anybody accountable for anything. You can't even see the person. Every 1,000 or 2,000 people in the local area who sees the councillor daily or weekly is going to be much more capable of holding them accountable. And in reverse, the conditions are going to vary town to town, city to city, village to city, state to state. I always give these examples, right? If you take like a state like Tamil Nadu and a state like Bihar, these statistics are a few years old. But let's say about 4 or 5 years ago, per capita income in Bihar is like 40,000 rupees. In Tamil Nadu is like 2.5, then 2.6 lakh rupees. Average education in Bihar is elementary school dropout. Average education in Tamil Nadu is high school graduate. Average age in Bihar is 19. Average age in Tamil Nadu is 32. We're already a declining population. So how do you define policies or schemes that are equally applicable to both these groups? It's almost impossible. Right?
Sure. Sure. Yeah. Thank you. I want to cover a lot of topics, but we're falling short of time, and I'm also told audience has a lot of questions. So one thing that I wanted to ask was about building global brands from India. And Tamil Nadu also has an ambitious target of 1 trillion economy, $1 trillion GSDP. So what are your thoughts around that? Like, what are the pillars of that? What is the opportunity for us right now, for Tamil Nadu, for India? How do we tap into it?
I think, I don't know, maybe I'll start at the national level, then I'll go to the state level, then I'll try and tie the two together. Right? At the national level, I think the two greatest things we have going for us right now, the demographic dividend Mr. Reddy talked about, right? Like right now, I used to live overseas for 30 years. Now I've been away for a few years. I go back overseas, like this year I've traveled a lot, and I'm shocked. No company anywhere in the world, in any field, is running without Indians in the senior management. Like the Indian diaspora and professionals is just everywhere, right? And that's dramatically different from when I was an expat, let's say, in the US. In these 10, 15 years, it's changed. But the reality is roughly 1 in 6 people alive today is Indian. And if you take out the aged population, the aging population, and you factor in today's youth coming into the workforce and all that, for the next generation, for the next 20 years, something like 20 to 25% of the global workforce that is capable of getting into work because they've had basic education, unlike in parts of Africa where they're war-torn and not, getting enough infrastructure, then that's going to be Indian. So by far, the story of the next generation has to be Indian human capital resource. And I think that we have going for us in multiple ways, in terms of bringing work here, in terms of doing work over the wires, like research or R&D or BP or whatever, GCC. Also in terms of just temporary or permanent migration to all these places that are extremely short and their populations are aging, right? Like in Australia and in Japan and places where they would historically never look to take immigrants. Without immigrants, the economy can't function. So it has to be a capital story. The second is the last 20 or 25-year implicit trade of the whole world was shift all your manufacturing to China, and in return they'll use all their excess profits to fund your government debt, your deficits, right? They built up their foreign exchange reserves to 4.5 trillion or something like that. That trade is unwinding dramatically. China's got a lot of internal problems. They're selling down their foreign reserves. They've got to deal with a lot of things. But a lot of the global corporate community, partly because of COVID, partly because they've understood the risk, concentration risk of keeping everything in China, but also because they're worried that the Chinese companies are becoming so big and so good that they may dominate whole industries and sectors. So for all these reasons, the de-risking of China is happening at an exponential pace. Like, we talked about this Bloomberg story about what is happening in Tamil Nadu. Yes, we're doing a lot of things right. But the macro wave is everybody's getting out of China. And the overwhelming majority of the increase that has happened in our electronics assembly in the last 2-3 years is a function of Apple shifting iPhone production out of China and into Tamil Nadu, effectively, right? So this shift away from China is going to provide a once-in-a-generation macro seismic opportunity for us if we can seize it in assembly, in manufacturing, in design, in engineering services, in AI, in technology, in everything that people are doing there is going to be looking for a new home. Of course, we have competition. We have in Vietnam and Thailand, most of the competition is in Southeast Asia, also in Eastern Europe, places like that. Now the question is, what are the states doing about it, and what can the center and the states do together? The states are doing, I'd say, some better, some worse. We've had really good outcomes in Tamil Nadu. We're focusing on skilling, we're focusing on infrastructure, we're focusing on relative ease of doing business, and more than ease, speed of doing business, right? Like what China is really known for is that the gap between intent and outcome is very short and very reliable, that you can start and get things done. We need to get to that level where if an investor comes to us and says, I want to do something in a reasonable period of time, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, they should have it up and running. So those are the kinds of things states need to do. I'd say we're doing better than most, but we can do a lot better still. In fact, because the opportunity is so big, I worry that, we're not geared up enough to seize this opportunity. The wave is just crashing on us like a tsunami, and we should do a lot more. Then the question is, what should India or the government of India and the government of the states do together? And I think that's really where the biggest weakness is. Right now, the government of India, I say this apolitically, is basically neither taking a lead role in doing all these marketings, they announce some policies and stuff, or when actual investments come, they're directing them to their favored states, right? 1 or maybe 2. And there is no coordination between, like if we get called, like I get called all the time to speak at international conferences. I have to get approval from the government of India before I can travel. That approval process itself is so onerous and so painful that I hardly, sometimes I just say it's not worth it, let me not even apply. Then when I apply, it'll be given the day before I leave. If it's given that late, I can't set up 6 other meetings, because if they don't give it in time, I don't want to renege on meetings I've set up and spoil my relationship. What they should be doing instead is encouraging us to go, supporting us with their partner in the meeting and saying, how can we work closer together? How can we market jointly? That, because, they set the free trade agreement, they set the diplomatic relations, they set the incentive models. All those are done rightly so by the union. We can't have every state having its own policy for Estonia. But once they set that, then there's no factory in the Union of India, right? It has to be in some state. There's no office that is being set up in some cloud. It is set up in Delhi or in Tamil Nadu or in Telangana or someplace. So I think the government of India needs to work a lot more closely with all states, and in particular the southern states, because that's where the headcount is. We just heard the statistic, 2/3 the revenue and 50% of the headcount in these areas of technology are in this part. So really we should work much more closer. And I think that's probably the biggest gap we have right now. The center does very little to coordinate and cohesively market India, including us. We are doing okay and we are benefiting from the wave.
And given that it's a once in a lifetime opportunity,
Absolutely.
maybe there is a hit or miss. Like
Yeah.
if you don't take it now.
No, it's once in a lifetime for 2-3 reasons. The first reason is that this is 20 years of one trade unwinding, right? It'll unwind with or without you, it'll go to other places, it won't come to you. The second is you will not have this demographic dividend again, right? Let's be very clear. Places like South India are already declining populations. We may not want to say it openly, but the total fertility rate dropped below 2 a decade ago. Even places like UP and Bihar are on trajectory in the next 10-15 years to hit peak population and start going down. So it's not like you'll perpetually be the human resource capital of the world. You are today. But at some point, Africa will become the biggest source of human beings and not India. So this is a unique opportunity because both these trends are coming together and both have limited lifespan. It's not like today, tomorrow, but it's not like perpetually. It's somewhere between 5 and 15, 20 years, right?
And you spoke about tough competition from Vietnam. What advantages do they have over us and how can we catch up?
I think the two immediate advantages, I used to run the global business for my old bank, so I traveled to a lot of these countries, and the two immediate advantages that come to mind, one, you don't have to deal with multiple levels of government in Vietnam. Vietnam is one entity.
Oh,
Here you have to, if you want to set up in Tamil Nadu, the government of Tamil Nadu, the government of India, and you have to have some approval from them, some approval here, all these things. FIPB was big enough, all those things. The second is, in a way, because they're coming out of a relatively strongman, communist, dictatorial kind of model, the homogeneity of the infrastructure and the kind of platform is actually quite good. India is things vary a lot from one place to another. I mean, India's scale is completely different, right? Like the scale of Vietnam is the scale of Tamil Nadu. But the scale of India is, 10x or 15x that. So if somebody wants to contemplate setting up in India, that's a very complex decision. If they want to contemplate setting up in Tamil Nadu, it's a lot easier because they can compare Tamil Nadu and Vietnam. But if they think of India first, as a broad entity, India could mean 20 different things in 20 different places. And so I think that also is a bit of a slowdown in the decision or a retardant to say, do I really want to deal with this complexity? Let me just go straight forward here and finish it off, right?
Sure.
Or Malaysia or Thailand or any of these other,
Sure. So one of the last things that I want to touch before we move on to the audience is in the IT space, in the scope of the IT ministry that you run. I mean, we are seeing that countries like the UAE or Dubai has a AI minister, right? So in the context of this changing world, what is the relevance of an IT ministry? I understand that IT ministries came around the Y2K era about 25 years ago when IT was like where AI and all these new technologies are today. And then we still have a separate ministry for IT, which is separate from industries in many states. Is it time to rethink that? If yes, what should it be like? If no, why?
That's a very touchy question because there's a conflict of interest. But I'll just tell you, of course, we need to rethink it. But we already have huge disparity today. For example, in Delhi, we have two different ministries roughly in the same field. One is MeitY, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And one is Ministry of Telecommunications. This is back from the day when landlines was the basis as opposed to now all cell phone towers, VoIP and everything. So the ministry is there itself. It's hard to tell what should be what. Then you come to the states, and I don't want to talk about northern states, but you come to southern states. Here in Telangana, the ministry is called Electronics, Communication and Information Technology. And since the inception of Telangana, both in the previous government and in this government, it's run by the same minister who runs industries as well as other things. That's one model. Then you go to Andhra, and it's also, because it was the parent state, it also has electronics, communications, information technology, and it's run by a minister who runs among other things, the human resources management and stuff, Mr. Nara Lokesh. You come to Kerala, it's called Electronics and Information Technology, no communications, and it's run by the Chief Minister, integrated with many other portfolios. You go to Karnataka, the ministry is called Electronics, Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology, and is run by a very senior minister who also happens to run rural development and other things. In Tamil Nadu, we have a Ministry of Information Technology that really should be called the Ministry of Residual Subjects. Because in industries, we have promotion of information technology, all the tidal parks, which are announced as information technology schemes but run under the Industries Ministry. We have electronics is completely away from information technology. Many of the startup missions are also partly in information technology, partly in the MSME sector. And also, the structure of the departments have been designed ad hoc or accidentally or by that date's twist of terms in late 90s, early 2000s across all these states. And so I think there's time for a fundamental rethink in the age of AI, but also in the age of integrated technology inside. I mean, it's hard to think of industry without technology today, right?
Yeah.
Like if you really think about it, there's no industry that runs without a lot of embedded information technology. And on the other hand, the notion of startup and AI and connectivity and IoT and all that is a completely different kind of approach to innovation and advancement than networks and Wi-Fi and things like that, right? So I don't know. I think it's time, but already we have quite a wide disparity, and I have, as I say, some residual bits of things not looked after by others. So we're still trying to figure out what we should do. Yeah.
Yeah, and also in the age of great opportunity for India, I think some of these things need to be.
Definitely.
Yeah. And also with this, I mean, I think worldwide, this is also the era of digital technologies and all the internet and social media and etc. Right, which is also impacting the social life of human beings. Right, I mean, we have more stress. Early heart attacks and etc. Also induced by the digital.
No, that's one aspect, and I think both events, both yesterday and today, somebody has approached me, and I was recently in Delhi a few days back for something else. The people who come talk to me first are the online gaming and the AVGC community, right? Like there's a whole industry there. Creating virtual everything, virtual worlds, virtual games, online, whatever, shared participation games, whatever. So I think we have not really thought about all these things that clearly, and there's going to be a whole regulatory aspect and a whole kind of, and then of course basic things like cybersecurity, right? Most of us, in my understanding, most of us have not really put too much effort, like around the world. I'm not saying Tamil Nadu, I'm not saying South India, I'm not saying India. I think the single place where there's going to be guaranteed employment for the next 10 years, how many ever people come to this field, is cybersecurity, right?
Yeah.
Millions and millions and millions of jobs are going to be created and go unfilled if people don't move there. So,
yeah, that digital policy, like as a country, we are creating these digital related policies only now. And
some of these have to be set at the national level because we can't have like cybersecurity policies or kind of, legal variations between states to some extent. Like gambling, we can because it's a state subject. But the notion of what constitutes gambling or what doesn't cannot really vary between states. There has to be one constitution, one law, one interpretation of what is a game of chance or game of skill. I say that from my days on the GST Council, GOM, on how to tax these things. This is a very complicated subject, but it has to have a national solution. I can't have, I can't arbitrage companies setting up in Telangana or Karnataka based on whose law is more conducive to them.
Yeah. And given that our cultures are so different in each the states, is there opportunity for any of these digital policies around well-being? Like how much should a child be, teenager be allowed? What kind of content be allowed? Is there a scope for state policies around that? I mean, given that we have IT ministries everywhere and culturally we are so different, I mean, what restrictions should we have? What things should we allow? Because all this is new to the whole world, like you mentioned. Is it time to think through those things, or?
I don't know. I'm a bit nervous because my understanding of government is not particularly good at enforcing nuanced things. It's barely adequate at enforcing black and white things. So I'm not sure that I'm not. I mean, setting up a policy would be extremely complicated thing. I'm not 100% certain that different states would have different policies because we'd all like to protect our youth at the same level. I think from America to China to Tamil Nadu to Karnataka or to Bihar. But at some other level, I'm more worried about, if there's legislation or regulation that you cannot enforce or audit or validate compliance, then is it worth doing at all? Because it's just it's worse than doing nothing. Is to put something out there and then have it continuously violated. In my view.
Sure. Thank you. At this point, we can take audience questions. If you can raise your hand, the mic will be sent. Yeah, go ahead.
Quite unfair of me to ask the question before anybody else does, but nonetheless, I will. From the government's perspective, do you believe that when policy making is what you indulge in, privacy of users of technology matters? Is that a priority in policy framing? Also, is that something you see as important to people? Do people really care about privacy in the age of technology?
I hope so. I think some of these are profound constitutional questions, so I don't think it's that easy to have. It's either required or easy to have privacy laws that will be varying from state to state. I think some of this we have to have a national law, and the one interpretation of that law within or without the Constitution by the Supreme Court. I don't think we can say we have a different standard for privacy. Like even the European Union you take, though there are many member states, they have one European Union privacy policy. It may differ from the United States, but they have one. And so I think in the US they do have a little bit of variation in states about what information can be tracked by cookies and so forth. But I think it's a bit easier for them to enforce because a lot of the big information technology companies are operating out of the United States, or a lot of social media and network and game companies. Here, I'm not sure how we would enforce it, but I think it's extremely important. Extremely important, first and foremost, to ensure the state is not surveilling people. And then, of course, to ensure that companies are not exploiting. So far, we have not had that big a problem because not enough of us are online and not enough of our lives are online for it to be a real problem. It's a problem. And it's more of a problem for some than others, but it's kind of a richer people, better access to technology, people's problems so far. But at some point, it's going to become everybody's problem. But then at that level, it's as profound a problem as is your Aadhaar number safe. So I think, these are policies that will have to be started at a national debate first, and then maybe there can be variations in the states.
Sure. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Rizwan. I'm a software engineer. So earlier you had mentioned that one of the main problems with our democratic system is the lack of accountability because people change every 5 years. So I was wondering what your opinion on different other forms of governance like constitutional monarchy or aristocracy.
No. I'm not advocating anything. I'm just saying that the Constitution was designed where a lot of things are supposed to be held accountable. There's a CAG, there's an internal audit in the government. There's supposed to be some consequence if you violate the rules or the norms or you're corrupt. There are DVAC, there's a CBI. The CBI was not set up to do, political persecution. It was set up to do investigation of government. No consequences for it anymore. Nobody cares. Violation after violation is found. Thousands of paragraphs get written. I served on the Public Accounts Committee for 5 years as an opposition member, and then for a couple of years as an ex officio member when I was finance minister. And it's ridiculous how many violations come and how little consequence there is for it. So when I was finance minister, I was actually trying to beef that up. I was greatly focused on that. I set up a committee for audit reforms. I set up a special office of Director General of Audit, head of department. I gathered all the internal audit departments away from their respective functional lines so that their arm's length, brought them into the Director General of Audit, got all these people trained, changed the recruiting process so that we weren't just taking former clerks and junior assistants and over time promoting them to be auditors. Insist on rotation of auditors so that if you're sitting in audit in Salem, you have to actually audit the books in Madurai so that a nexus can't form. I was trying to bring back accountability into this. I think it's doable. I think the fact is that most people either don't have the political will or they don't have enough understanding of how to actually build a system as the Constitution says it should be. It's not like rocket science. We're not doing this for the first time. Maybe the implementation of it can be better, more driven by technology, more adapted to the scale of government today, which is manifold what it was at the date of the Constitution. But the Constitution has built-in checks and balances and accountability. It's just not being exercised or followed or implemented. That's the problem. I'm a lifelong believer in democracy. I'm not looking for any other form of government.
Hello, sir. My name is Arvind. I have a question. So the discussion is about making India a global brand. My question is, should federalism be at the heart of making India a global brand? Like, for example, we have geographical indication for products of each state. Why can't we say product of Tamil Nadu made in India or product of Telangana made in India? That would empower the states in the global scenario.
I don't have any disagreement. In fact, I would say that neither can we succeed as well without the support of the Government of India, the Ministry of External Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, the missions. Nor can they achieve the outcome without the states being actively involved in the promotion, in the execution. So it behooves all of us to work much more closely together. And we'll get a definite multiplier effect if we did it together. Right now, we're operating almost kind of independently, almost orthogonally to each other. That's very sad, actually.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Abhiram. Can you name one policy or one law all South Indian states should adopt? One policy.
In IT or broadly? No, in information technology or broadly, I'm saying?
Anything. Since we are having Dakshin dialogues, so if we could take away one policy or one law, one common question.
Well, we brought in, and I'll give you 2 or 3 examples because that's a very broad field, but we brought in some and some I couldn't bring in.
Then the most important one should be fine.
Yeah, I don't know, most important, right? I wasn't the law minister, but I'll say we brought in transparency. I'll give you easy one. We changed the Transparency in Tenders Act to say that if you're buying goods or services from a startup that is innovative enough, then up to 50 lakhs of purchase you can buy without a tender, so that you can encourage the startup, you can validate their business model, and basically give them the credibility to go to market. And in fact, at that point, I was suggesting the government should actually take equity in them as well. So, we can help that way. So that was easy. I wanted to bring a regulation of Trust Act for various reasons, including homogenizing the treatment of all religious trusts, because there's this constant complaint that the king's temples are nationalized, but the Waqf and the churches are not. It's a long story, but anyway, there are many things we could do that are core legislations, because a lot of our legislative kind of legacy or history is from British era regulations that have not been changed. Like they were almost copied over into the Constituent Assembly had very little time. So they were not actually going to the level of minute legislation. So a lot of the laws are still left over from 150, 200 years back. So, we can do a lot better legislation, actually, a lot of things.
I think the gentleman there has a question. Yeah.
Meanwhile, he gets the mic.
Yeah.
Hello, Mohammed Afroz. And rightly says, I'm a technologist and a student of law. So what you said, I totally agree. We have like British era laws still existing, and although there has been some recent changes, there's a huge that needs to be done in that space. Getting to my question, I believe we recently had attended um, Tamil Nadu's vision for emerging and deep tech innovation in IT and TNT in Chennai. So, as it opened last year, sometime, right? And it was a huge step forward in helping startups. Just like we have T Hub here, and like the host mentioned, K-Start in Karnataka, IT&T was opened in Chennai. So, what are the upcoming plans for further collaborations between, and like Mr. Reddy said, we need collaboration between the academia, industries to be on the same page. So, my question is, what are the upcoming plans by Ministry of Tamil Nadu, IT and Digital Services, for further collaborations between academia, startups, and global tech firms to drive innovation?
Sure.
Second question, if you allow. We've had recent suicides, as we all know, in IT. Well, our finance minister sadly said things which were very untoward and saddening. Putting it to spirituality and whatnot. So, what is your take on that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Listen, we're collaborating all the time. When I took over this ministry, I brought a whole delegation up to Hyderabad, and my friend KTR hosted us. We went and saw T Hub, T Works, all the V Hub, all the different aspects of it, the task. And some of it we had, some of it replicated, some of it they learned from us. I think we've signed an agreement now between IT&T and either T Hub or V Hub. So we can collaborate many ways, state to state. Inside, I run something called the ICT Academy, which is the training academy. Has 1,750 colleges around the country. Though it's a Tamil Nadu company, it's got offices in 10 states. We try to bring academia and the curriculum setters and the placement officers of universities together to better shape the courses in the final year, to help them more suited to the job market. So there's a lot we can do. We've announced research parks where companies set up inside the university campuses so that they are mutually benefiting each other. IT&T, in fact, is set up inside Anna University. There's also Anna University incubator. So there are many, many efforts at collaboration. I would say we could probably streamline them better and integrate them all. We have like it's a portal, I forget what it's called, where we put all the different labs and all the different facilities in one place. So startups can go and see what all facilities are available in which university, what testing machines, what labs, stuff like that. It's work in progress. We can do a lot more about it. I mean, listen, I don't want to comment on other people's kind of statements. It's not the place for politics. But I hope the work culture is not so stressful that. But it's around the world. It's not a. What can I say? I remember my days in investment banking, and I know a lot of people in the big four accounting and consulting firms and all that. When you're young, there's a heavy workload. Most firms are realizing that is detrimental. A lot of firms have very high attrition ratios in those years of the early years of young people coming into the program. There are very clear laws that you shouldn't be having people working 80, 100-hour weeks and all that. Exceptions happen. They shouldn't. The government should enforce the law. Companies should be thoughtful in their own long-term interests. I hope that it's a rare occurrence that will be an instance for soul searching, and we won't see too many problems like that going forward. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll take a last question from there. Yeah.
Sir, you were hinting at some discrimination by the north to the south with the south. I agree that after independence there was this license Raj, and southerners were denied the rightful industry. But I don't think so it applies today. How can you buttress
Yeah, I'm
your
not sure I
argument?
was hinting at any discrimination. I just said because the bulk of the vote bank for the MP who controls parliament and the bulk of the population is there, the perception of India is often that of North India, and maybe the fact that South India is quite diverse is sometimes lost in the bigger picture. That's all. If there is any, I won't call it discrimination. If there is any systematic differentiation, it is that generally in the South we pay in a lot more taxes and we get back a lot less money. And in the North, we are much of our money is going there. It's okay. I don't have a problem with it. That's what all rich places are supposed to do inside one country for poor places. What I have a problem with, which I keep saying again and again, at least for the last 25 years, these transfers have not done what they're supposed to do. If you take money from the better off and give it to the less well off, it's intended to bring them closer to equality. It's intended to narrow the gap. 25 years of ever increasing transfers have led not to closing the gap, not to stabilizing the gap, not just to a widening gap, but to an accelerating widening of the gap. So there was some random noise, the fake news machine is disgusting, but it's efficient. And so around the end of December, they put out something saying, UP has beaten Tamil Nadu as the second biggest economy in India. What a great deal. It is profound stupidity. So I didn't do anything for 2-3 months. And then I went and got the data because it started coming back second cycle. And the facts I said were, UP's population is like 200 and something million. Tamil Nadu's population is 75 something million. If UP is not a bigger economy than Tamil Nadu, it is a crying shame. It means the inequality is that they are 1/3 as well off as us, number one. Number two, from independence till 2014, UP was a bigger economy than Tamil Nadu. Because there were only 40% or 45% of us. Now they've dropped to 32% of us in the last 10 years. Third, when UP was 102, 103% of us in total, not per capita. Per capita, I'm saying gone from 42% to 30% to 32% of us. But when the gross economy was greater than ours and was 100 and something percent, the devolution of money from Delhi was for 1 rupee they got slightly less than 3 rupees. In 10 years, that has changed to if we get 1 rupee, they get more than 4 rupees. 1 lakh crore extra rupees are given relative to the trend line in 2024 compared to 2014. And yet, the economy has gone from 103% down to 93%. So my question is, what is happening with all this money? What is the point of making transfers if they keep getting worse and worse? They should be getting better. What is happening? That's the only question I'm asking. I'm not saying don't take the money. I say, what happens once you take the money? Why is it failing to deliver any result over there? I have an answer. It is because they're not putting it into the 2 or 3 things that basically matter. They're not putting it into inclusion of everybody into the system of nutrition and education. They're not insisting that 100% enrollment has to happen first in primary school, then in secondary school, then. So if you don't do those things, how much ever money you put into a place, if you're not building the platform, it's like, throwing it down a well. So that's what's happening.
And where's the money going there?
It's going to, just like it is in many places, they accuse us of having a freebie culture. If the money is going to the UP and is not showing up in results, where can it be going? It is going into disbursements, right? That's where it's going.
Sure. I specifically asked that question because I just wanted you to educate us on the benefits of the, so-called freebie and welfare culture. That's my last question. And you.
No, listen. At the political level, it is kind of perverse, right? If I do it, I call it investment. If you do it, I call it freebie. It's idiotic. Everybody gives something for free or subsidized everywhere. At a policy level, we can have a nuanced debate. Some things are clearly value adding. If I give free food in schools, if I give cycles to children to get to school so they don't have to wait for a bus, if I give insurance against health problems, if I give support for marriages, there are some things that are clearly justifiable. Some have greater impact. All of them How you run the program matters a lot. If you run it efficiently and with directed and targeted, it makes a much bigger impact than if you don't. And then there are grotesquely bad freebies like we had a 50% subsidy on buying a scooter scheme. How does that make any sense? I'm running a public transportation system where I'm not able to get enough riders. I have 2.9 crore two-wheelers registered in Tamil Nadu for only 2.3 crore ration cards. It's a universal ration card state. That means I already have more than one two-wheeler per family. Why am I giving subsidy for two ways? Like beyond idiocy. So there are good, bad and ugly schemes. And how you implement them matters a lot. But everybody does something like it, right? Like last word, I saw this young kid in a debate. And again, I don't want to be political, but I want to tell you how this is a double-edged sword, right? There's a young kid, like 13, 14-year-old kid, and there's a pracharak of a party. He comes to him and he says, you know, the PM has given 800 million people, 80 crore people are getting free rice. And this guy says, what are you talking about? He says, 80 crore people are free rice. He says, okay, 80 crore people free rice, right? So you agree there are 80 crore people who are so poor they need free rice from you, right? Right. So I'm saying this is like, the politics is just random noise like any other thing. If you're thoughtful people, you say, what are you giving it for? Is it an investment in the future? Is it an insurance program? Is it just buying votes today? You know, there can be a whole range of programs which have better or less justifiable policy basis, and then the execution can be phenomenally good or it can be problematic. Like we used to have a free cow and goat scheme under the old regime. The goat scheme worked out relatively well. The cow scheme ran into all kinds of problems because when you give somebody a cow, where is the cow coming from? If you're buying cows from within the state, you're not increasing the total population of cows. So you're basically driving up the price of cows by getting the government into the buying side without no change in the supply. So then they decided, no, we won't get the cow from here, we'll get it from all the neighboring states. Now you're going and upsetting the markets in the neighboring states. Then you say, how will you go and buy a cow? They say, no, we have to take the beneficiary with us to the market in Andhra Pradesh, and then they will decide if the cow is good enough. How will you decide if it's good enough? We'll wait to see how much it milks on average for 3 days. Which market will they sell a cow after letting you milk it for 3 days? It's just stupidity, right? So the scheme was simply unimplementable and it failed, right? So.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Is there
Tyagarajan.
space for one last question? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
It's been a great learning 1 hour with you. I wish we had more time. Thank you so much.
That is what I always feel. I wish we had more time to listen to Dr. Pallanivel Tyagarajan more. I just request both of you to please stay back on stage so I can invite Mr. G.S. Vasu, the founder and CEO of South First, to present to you a small token of our appreciation. To Dr. Pallanivel Tyagarajan, the IT Minister of Tamil Nadu, for always being a mainstay at Dakshin Dialogues. For every year, he's been part of our annual conclave. We can't thank him enough. And to Mr. Faninder Sama for engaging him in such a enthusiastic conversation, taking us through his political journey, his life before politics, and then as a policy maker. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. And also, not just, it just hit me when Dr. PTR was talking. It's not just about devolution anymore. It's also cess and surcharges that have become the bane of a lot of financial decisions as far as states are concerned. Quickly moving on to our next session, a session that perhaps captures the question that was asked here as well, the pressures that are involved in IT. What does information technology mean to people, the pressures with which they come, especially for a country like India, who's a very young, talented country, where innovation and entrepreneurial spirit seems to come naturally to those who dare to make a difference. Whether it is a state capital or a remote village, there is no dearth of talent. But there is a glaring gap in skill and employability, and I suppose academia and governance both try to bridge that gap all the time. This is an issue that needs a multi-pronged strategy, something that requires government, academia, and industry leaders to come together, and that is what we hope to achieve in this session of Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People and Technology Governance for Tomorrow. We have a panel of distinguished experts here to discuss how to plug this gap in skill and employability. For this panel, we have with us today Sri Sharath Bachegowda, who graciously has agreed to come all the way from Bengaluru, although there was a last-minute change, the chairman of Kionics, Government of Karnataka. To make this a very valuable and engaging discussion, he brings to you perspectives from Karnataka's groundbreaking policies to further the field of technology and entrepreneurship and the challenges that come with it. With him today on the panel is Professor P.J. Narayanan, Director of IIIT, our knowledge partner as well, a scientist and academic who is shaping the future of IT in India by way of molding future leaders and innovators in this field. The panel will be moderated by Professor Ramesh Loganathan of IIT Hyderabad. He's no stranger to the world of startups. He's credited with playing a crucial role in rejuvenating IT and startups in Telangana. He's a technologist who shunned the American dream, if I may say, to come back to India, much like Mr. PTR, and help build technology here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think shunning the American dream, I guess, is true for both of you. Probably more than me. At least I worked there for some years and then came. I think you came, both of you came on very, very early in your careers. So thank you so much. I think it's the whole skills and employability gap. It's a perpetual, at least a pet peeve of the industry. I keep telling them, like, what's wrong if you've been doubling your head count every 5-6 years, what is wrong with skills? I mean, you're finding enough skills. But that said, I think there are some gaps, especially from a growth standpoint, so which is what we'll be deliberating in the next 50 minutes or so. So thank you so much. Nice, for me at least, like even Professor Pajan was telling when we were chatting outside, we don't get to meet policymakers too often. So it's a very different world for us. And I'm so happy that I'm here anchoring this panel. So Sharathji, thank you so much for coming all the way from Bangalore. And of course, Professor P.J. Narayanan, a very good friend and mentor advisor for me. So happy to be on a panel, which I don't think we've done much. I don't think I've been on a panel where I was anchoring when Professor P.J. Narayanan was here. So just to get started, Sharathji, if you could just, very interesting, I mean, like today is a day of, I think, in-person seeing intellectuals getting into politics, right? Which we hear a lot these days, but not to see much, but nice to see PTR sir before this and now Sharathji, you're here. How did this whole journey happen from engineering to US and then back to India, politics, and then Kionics?
So I think using the term intellectual is a bit rich, so I'll just stay with politician.
No, Ann Arbor, I think we all know what Ann Arbor is. So if you're in Ann Arbor, then there is a certain expectation from somebody in Ann Arbor. So,
yeah. So basically, I think it started off as PTR sir was saying. So I come from a family which has a political legacy. Grandfather was a freedom fighter. Father was a minister, and I'm a third generation politician right now. But the idea was never truly to get into politics. It was, I wanted to be a techie actually. So the dream was always motivated by efficiency and cars. So I was into mechanical engineering. Japan and Germany were the dream. So
was it a conscious picking? Ann Arbor was it conscious to go to Michigan?
Ann Arbor was very conscious. So it was very conscious that I wanted to go to a school where mechanical engineering is focused on. So I did my BE from Bangalore and Pesset, and after completing my BE in mechanical engineering, went to Ann Arbor, did my master's in material science in Ann Arbor, and after doing my master's in material science, I had an opportunity to work in Alstom in Germany, in gas turbine research. So I spent about 7 years in Ann Arbor, 2 years in Ann Arbor, and about 7 years in Zurich. So we're working in the hot section of the turbine, trying to improve firing temperature by 50 degrees so that we could get a 2% increase in combined cycle efficiency. So from there to politics on the ground at Panchayat level,
huge shift.
Villages, was a huge shift, but took place over about a 7-year period. So I came back to India in 2012. 2017 was when I stepped into active politics. As PTR sir was saying, previously I had supported my father in a couple of his elections, worked during the election period, but not through policy making. So 2017 was when active politics started. And it truly was a way where you could actually make a difference
create an impact in a society in a bigger way. So it started off very humbly. I came back and we saw that groundwaters were available at 1,300, 1,400 feet in our areas. So people were getting water out of bore wells and using that for drinking, which had a lot of contamination, fluoride, TDS, and these kind of things. So I said, right, we need to get them good quality drinking water at least. So we started off with putting up RO plants in every village. So through the process of setting up these RO plants, started to connect with the people, started to identify with their problems, understand what a grind it is on a day-to-day basis. So the intent wasn't to get into politics. The intent was to go and start doing something good. And through that, got dragged into politics, which is a great enabler. Helps you, I think, make changes if you're honest and if you're earnest in what you're trying to do in a much bigger scale.
So it's amazing.
Very gradual.
If you say 7 years back, you started doing this. You're barely in the mid 30s, early 30s at that time.
Early 30s, yeah.
No, that's amazing. Amazing. And Kionics, that was.
Kionics, so this is my second term as member of the Karnataka Legislative Assembly and under the Ministry of Electronics, IT, BT, under the guidance of Shri Priyank Kharge sir. So I'm a chairman of Kionics. And Kionics is an agency which is an enabler for all of your electronics, IT, biotechnology, all of these kind of companies, institutes to come and set up in Karnataka and for us to empower them and enable them to grow.
Interesting. I think, of course, what Bangalore has done and what states can do, I think this is a reflection, right? These two states, what government policy can help amplify that whole kind of the growth of the industry.
No, I think with respect to that, I'll say two things. I think one thing is, of course, South First has done a great initiative by having Dakshin dialogues where the southern states are getting together. I think as PTR was saying, the southern states, we share a lot of our values, a lot of our morals, a lot of our work ethics. They're quite common across the 5 southern states. Having said that, you can historically see that the southern states have been a state which has put a lot of emphasis on STEM. And we've also glorified our people who've made their names in STEM. So if you look at Ramanujam, if you look at Sir M. Vishweshwaraya, if you look at people like this, they're people who are glorified. So we are proud of our geeks or nerds or whatever. We are proud of them. And we do look up to them and they are aspirational for us, right? So this is something which is common to us. With respect to what PTR was saying, one thing is there's a saying by a Roman philosopher called Seneca. So he says, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So one thing is we live in lucky times. We are living in very lucky times because preparation has been done over years. We have prepared to be good at STEM over years. So I think as Reddy sir was saying, about 60% of the IT exports are from the southern states. About 2 million of the 5.4 million IT workforce are from the southern states. If you look at what Bangalore is doing, we're doing about $64 billion in exports. Hyderabad is doing $19 billion in exports. So we've set the base, we've done the preparation. Now comes the opportunity. The demographic divide, the geopolitical situation, and the vibrant democracy which we have in this country means that we're a place which is ripe for investment. So this is when opportunity meets preparation. So if this lucky time, we've all got to make sure through these kind of dialogues that we turn lucky times into good times. I think that is where these kind of forums, these kind of discussions need to happen in a more,
forward-looking. No, I think we're at that point, inflection point, right? Hopefully, we'll hit the knee in the coming years. So we'll get to that in a little bit more. I think we need to drill down on that. Sir, you again went from Kharagpur to US, lived there for some time. How did your transition back to India happen and transition to research and India happen?
So my life is far less colorful than Sharad Ji's or PTR's. They're spanning both sides of the professional side as well as in coming to the social and the political side of things. I had a fairly standard academic life, I suppose. I mean, I grew up in Kerala, and at that point, it may surprise people today that I'm a reluctant academic. I went from near Cochin, I went all the way to Kharagpur to study, 2,245 kilometers of journey to reach there.
Some 40 hours.
3 night journeys. I've spent about 60 days in the trains going up and down from Kharagpur. So I tell that Indian Railways sponsored my project, my education partly. At like 40 rupees a ticket.
In the layover in Chennai, they would watch cricket matches.
Yeah,
because morning they arrive and the night would be the connecting train.
But when I was in Kharagpur, suddenly, so my father was the first person to go to high school or even school from our family, that too defying his father. I mean, they were obviously well off in the social sense, but education, modern education was frowned upon. This is around the time of, just before independence. And he had defied his father to go to school, and then he got a diploma, engineering diploma, and he was an engineer in some. So that was all I knew. So I went to engineering. They said IITs are the best engineering school. So I went all the way. I could get only into IIT Kharagpur, not IIT Madras. So I went there, and there, of course, things are very different. The idea in Kharagpur is, or IITs, the higher education, the research-based education, ambience is there. Not as strong as it is today in those days, but suddenly you see, we are all shocked to see every faculty member as a PhD. I mean, whereas before going to Kharagpur, maybe I saw 3 people with PhD or something, up close. So, but then I was still focused on, getting a degree, getting a job, and serving the usual. And that's what I did. I got my BTech. Whereas in IIT those days, it's 84, I graduated from IIT long time ago. The thing to do is to apply to these universities abroad and go. But that's the only way to go abroad those days. Today there is companies, IT industry has really made us far more global. The country, the society, cities at least, far more global than ever before. So everybody was trying hard, writing GRE, writing this, all these, and I was to make fun of them. I said, you have not finished your education yet, etc. So I took a job. My job was in Hyderabad in CMC, R&D, and then, it was a good place, but compared to academic life, or even as a student and as an employee, even in one of the better places, it's just so routine. I said, if this is what you're going to do, let's at least enjoy a little bit more, study more. So 2 years later, I went to University of Maryland to do my PhD, and of course that changed my outlook on what research and academics being the primary focus. And after that, I was a research faculty member in Carnegie Mellon for 4 years. Then I came back. I always wanted to come back to India. I didn't want to live there. In fact, I lived 10 years in the US. That was a little bit longer than I wanted to in always. And there was this defense DRDO laboratory in Bangalore called Center for AI and Robotics. It's way ahead of time in its name, I suppose. So that was the place I returned to. I went to, I toured many of the academic places, but I found the more applied or more potential to do research for R&D for the society more appealing. And of course, Professor Vidyasagar was heading it. He was a well-known, a colossus in academia. All that made me go there. And then, of course, I worked there. It was very enjoyable, a lot of scope to do things. At the same time, this IIIT started here in '98, and one of my professional colleagues, Professor Narendra Ahuja, was the director. He's a professor at Illinois, but he was the director of IIIT Hyderabad for 3-4 years. And then suddenly my latent academic urge came back and came to work here. And IIIT is a very different institution. It was facilitated by the state government, but it gets no funds from any government other than against competitive proposals, etc. So we like to call itself as a public institution, not a government institution, not a private institution. So by combining best of both worlds. And that has been I had no role in creating that model that was created by my predecessors, and definitely by the state, the visionaries who set it up. They wanted we joke, they wanted a private institution started by the government. That's what we are in some ways. So, but then the opportunity to give research-based education, to train students look for the stars so that all the trees and the buildings will be well within reach. That is the focus of, that is the philosophy behind the research-based, research-led education that IIIT is led. has pioneered from the beginning, and we have had a wonderful experience in that. Our undergraduates from the very first batches onwards were very well appreciated for the problem solving and the skills, the advanced skills that they imparted, and they are now seen all over the world in best of companies, best of universities, etc. And that's been very, very satisfying. I think I'll stop there.
I think we should come to that. The research is the big wave for us. But before we get to that, I think we talk about the South versus rest of India, and of course India versus rest of world. As an industry, we've had tremendous growth last 30, 40 years, especially the last 20, 25 years. I think tremendous growth. And what is it? It can't continue, right? I mean, like when in the first wave, it was all offshoring. Second wave is all GCCs last 15 years. And it will also taper off. Today, almost every major corporation worldwide, if they can have operations in India, they probably have operations in India already. I think very soon we'll kind of settle down at probably the global growth rates. The industry will grow more or less at those rates, at least from a global centers and other standpoint. So what next? I mean, like India versus rest of the world, where are we? And what is the next wave? Can we do more of what we did, or should we be doing something different to continue to grow? I mean, just looking at the IT industry for the moment.
I think personally, I feel there's still a lot of room left for us to grow. So if you look at the IT industry itself, you can correct me if my numbers are wrong. It's a $9 trillion industry, and we contribute about $190 billion of it. So we're an order of close to almost an order of magnitude away from where our full potential is. So there is plenty of headroom to still work over there. If you look at the IT services itself is about a $1.9 trillion industry, and we're about $120 billion in terms of IT services. So even though they are an order of magnitude away. Now, once again, at the risk of sounding cliche and humming on the same point, the demographic dividend is available. There is still an availability for you to take the other 90% of the work. Is West mature? Is it done? No, I think there is plenty of service still to be done. There is plenty of products still to be developed. And I think if you look at the life cycle of softwares, updates, hardware updates, things which would take 3 years are now being brought down to a year and a half. Software which would take a year was brought down to 3 months, 6 months. So I think if you look at, will we reach a point where we're going to hit a plateau? I think the plateau is very far away. Having said that, the nature of jobs and the types of jobs are going to change dramatically. If you look at it in the background of what AI is going to do, it's going to be a very big enabler. It's going to be a very big disruptor. Of course, I think people are more excited about the potential of AI than what AI has actually delivered up till now. That is not to discount that AI will not be what we think it will be. I'm sure it is going to turn out to be what it is. So there is plenty of room for us to still continue our growth, our trajectory, and our path in AI. I think technology is still going to play a very big a role in the future. So to find how we can skill, reskill, unlearn what we've learned, and relearn new things. I think this is going to be the challenge which we're going to have to be taking head on in the next 5 to 10 years. If we are to catch hold of this, if we are to take hold of this, if we are to get the benefits of it, I think we are doing a lot of work for the Western markets, for the Eastern markets. We're not doing work so much for India. We should start manufacturing more for India. If you look at something like electronics, right? Electronic manufacturing, I think about 80-85% of the electronic design and manufacturing which we do for the Western world, we do for outside India. So when is it that India is going to catch up? When is India going to make its own product? When are we going to have the Intel of India? When are we going to have the AMD of India? So this is what we can focus on. And I think there's plenty of potential and plenty of time, and which is where things like R&D come in, where we start to focus on these. And we also, R&D is the top of the pyramid, but the bottom of the pyramid is something which I feel we've kind of missed out on. So you've got engineers, and we've got a lot of, unfortunately and sadly, B and C grade engineers, where I would rather have an A grade tradesman or an A grade technician. who will fill up the bottom of the pyramid. We've completely lost that. There is plenty of potential to pack that bottom of the pyramid with A-grade tradesmen and technicians.
I think that's a German culture, right? You lived in Germany. So I heard about it that there, out of school, somebody decides whether to become, kind of get into manufacturing and become a technician, or you become an engineer or a scientist. All three are given equal social value and also financially. They pay, I mean, a good technician is paid as much as a good engineer is paid in Germany, right? You're right. I think we need that culture to come about. It becomes respectable and also financially also remunerative.
Absolutely.
So while the demographic dividend is an interesting point, right? I mean, very few places in the world can staff up a team of 1,000 engineers like in a few months. When I was in the industry, before I moved to academics, we acquired this company in Sofia, and Sofia, the whole of Eastern Europe is very well known, and Bulgaria was well known. So I went to Sofia before the acquisition and after the acquisition a couple of times. The company we acquired, we were told, was one of the larger companies in Sofia. And so you probably have seen this, so you know first person these numbers I'm going to cite. And very smart people, of course, they struggle with English, but otherwise very, very smart people, very good at math. And so we went there and they were saying, we heard that they were one of the larger companies. When we go there, we get to know that they have 1,000 people. The company had 1,000 employees at the time. And they're one of the larger companies in Sofia. Every well-known name from Oracle to SAP to kind of Microsoft, all of them had their labs there, but employing 50, 100, 200 people. And you come to think of it, our scale here, like probably Microsoft between their campus and all the other companies, just in this city, probably has 30,000 people working for them. Between the campus and the service providers in the city, and across the country, probably 50, 60,000 people. And so scale, demographic dividend is absolutely right. I think scale with reasonably good quality, scale nobody can match, and reasonably good quality is the other angle that comes up. And like you also touched upon, the value is important. I mean, the nature of jobs will change, and products, you refer to products. While we are working on global products and global product companies and doing work for them, I think our own product is opportunity. Yep. So what do you think is research in India is good if you take the top 20, 30 institutions. The quality of research or the way they publish, what kind of work they publish is comparable to similar work anywhere in the world. And yet, it doesn't come out of research. We don't get that kind of products or solutions coming out. What is your view, sir? What is your observation? Why is it not happening?
Yeah, I think India has this, at least in academia, I'll say, has this paradox or feature that typically the peaks that you see in the academia, the people who achieve best, are not too far from the peaks in the global. But the average is way below. So this is the problem. So the distribution is very skewed. There are few people who do top line work, they are recognized. We may not be getting enough Nobel Prizes, the real top, but maybe next level. Yet the average PhD or the average researcher or the number of people who do much above average work is very small. So somehow the policy makers and the government look at the peak and say, oh, we also built this car, we also built our GPT, and feel, I mean, they probably genuinely feel we are just a couple of years away from dominating in that area. But this is the problem, because maybe people are, the top people, or top mean the top of the pyramid or top of the capability or the awareness level in the academia are well connected globally, and they are very good. Obviously, the same academics are doing this work in sitting in Berkeley or MIT. I mean, our people there. So and this is one problem that we have. The peaks are good, average is far off, and peaks somehow cloud our vision. The peaks being good cloud the vision of requiring far more investment in R&D. All the GDP percentage or 0.6% or less than 1%, we are pathetic compared to where we should be. But at the same time, the ministers or the policymakers can say, see, we developed this, we went to moon, all that is fine. But we have to know that we need to invest a lot more. What Sharath said earlier also, I think the South, we invested, for whatever reason, invested a lot in science education, STEM education. Karnataka being the pioneer in having this engineering colleges, hundreds and engineering colleges starting maybe in early 80s. And that was, People laughed at it at some time. People, but that's
Today
today and other states followed not too long. The southern states followed. I know in Kerala, with all the political, I'm aware of the Kerala political equation far more. With all the political what backlash against so-called private education, Kerala took much longer. In late 90s, they started this private colleges, allowed private colleges. Otherwise, maybe until 92 or something, Kerala had 7 engineering colleges, something, or maybe 8. And maybe in another 15 years, they had 50 more. That happened as late 90s in Kerala, but all the other states started much earlier, Karnataka being the pioneer. And in some sense, we are reaping the benefits of that. If you say, we hear, Mass Mutual, they came and set up a store. I think we met that man, and he didn't here you meet him, he's like 2,500 and 5,000 and engineers. These are the demographic dividend. We have the numbers, but demographic dividend is real only if we let the youngsters realize their potential. If you don't give them education, if you give them poor quality education, then it can very well turn into a demographic time bomb. Because these are youngsters with a lot of energy, and they're seeing frustration. Everybody else is doing well. I mean, that's the other problem. You see, everybody else is doing well. I'm alone. With social media and the bad effects of the social media, this gets amplified. So this NEP and all that is very good steps in that direction. But I think the devil is in details. In getting implemented rather than design. And we all have good design. We can all design good curriculum. How do you get it implemented, and how do it benefit every student? Just to take off on a small point that you said about Germany and India. India also, the top quality plumbers get paid much better than the average engineers today. Unfortunately.
True. It's very hard to find a good plumber or a good electrician.
Yes.
Even a driver. I mean, it's surprising, at least in the northwest part of the city, drivers paid as much as the starting point. The salary is 25,000-30,000, which is a fresh engineering grad gets 25,000-30,000.
All the social media, it spreads, the classified ads from the paper. On left, you see some BTECs wanted 10,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees. Next to it, curiously, there's an ad for some driver or plumber at 30,000 rupees.
If I could just step in and talk about the research, I think one of the things is that the amount of interaction which industry has with academia, I think that was a point which Reddy sir touched on as well, was basically that if you look at the US model, right? So you have your semester breaks. And in the semester breaks, almost everyone goes on an internship. And through the internship, you get exposed to what the industry is doing. You get an opportunity to have your hand at 2 or 3 different things before you land on what is it that you're passionate about, what is it that you want to do, what is it that drives you and motivates you. I think that is something where our curriculum has somehow let us down. We are very focused on rote knowledge. We are very focused on getting marks, but a project-based approach, a problem-solving approach is something which we kind of lack. And I think that starts off from a very young age. It starts off from primary education, all the way up till the time you get your PhDs. So I think that is something which we've got to focus on to make sure that you are working on project-based problem-solving kind of approach, rather than learn up what you learn, put it down on a marks sheet, get 100 marks. It's got us very far. I mean, so far with whatever we've achieved now, we've done it through that model. But I think the next step, if you want to be the thinker, if you want to be the person who finds a physical problem, converts it into a mathematical system, brings it down to a physical solution, and then makes an electronic component out of it, I think that is going to require another type of thinking, which is going to be interdisciplinary. You can't purely say I'm mathematics, I'm purely engineering, I'm purely electronics. So it's got to be interdisciplinary. It's got to start off with focusing on the ability to think about a problem and problem solving skills. So on a tangent, so in the US, in the UK, I think people who made these world-class scissors were called putters togetherers. So their job, the title was putter together. I think in the future, you're just going to have problem solvers. You're not going to have engineers. You're not going to have designers. You're not going to have, bracketed roles. You're a problem solver. So that's what we've got to find a solution to something.
Yes. Absolutely. I think, so that is if we go to the next wave, I mean, we can't just be, if you're not just the back office for the companies, and we have to think differently. definitely. And so that brings to the opportunity itself that both of you alluded to. If we talk about like any emerging technology is a neutralizer in a way, right? What previous other companies, other countries, or other regions have done won't matter so much the moment it comes to a new wave. And AI broadly, and specifically the whole kind of radical transformation happening in that whole space around LLMs and such is an opportunity. I think we know as much as any other country or any other part of the world. Academics maybe not as much, like Pijan said, while we do that work, the numbers may not be as high, but industry at least, we have as much or as good or better understanding as anywhere else in the world. And so that's an opportunity, but how real is it? Before we get into, are we ready for that? Like we just talk about, been hearing so much about Gen AI and the hype seems to be settling down. Just we can spend a few minutes on how real is it before we get down to, are we ready for capturing that wave?
I think AI and Gen AI is here to stay. It is a buzzword right now. So I think one of the statistics which I was reading about just before coming here was between 2022 and 2023, the number of Google searches for Gen AI has gone up 7-fold. So that shows the kind of interest, that shows the kind of curiosity which is sparked amongst people, right? So people are looking for AI. Can AI solve problems? I think yes. I think AI has an opportunity to solve a lot of problems for a country like India, especially when you're looking at unglamorous work. For example, I would say within Karnataka, the government of Karnataka has a WhatsApp-based chatbot called Panchamitra. So this is something which is where AI can find a very easy application. And AI can find a real value add as well, where you're really solving a problem where a citizen wants to know what his e-Khata number is, what his application for his water connection is. So AI can slot in very easily over there and solve real world problems. Going further, I think there are opportunities where in a country like ours, where we've got really large data sets on everything. So a remote diagnosis, maybe in the health industry, where you've got some kind of tech present over there, which does your scanning, report generation. AI does the preliminary evaluation of what the report says, and then you're able to be referred to a higher treatment center. So I think there are plenty of opportunities like this for AI to be used in a country like India. And beyond AI as well, I think if you look at data availability, something like cloud computing and all of these platforms, they really give you access to data. All of our records, which are now in physical form, taking them onto a digital platform. I think DigiLocker has been an extremely successful model. If I'm not wrong, there was something like 156 million users who put their documents into the digital space. So in tech for solutions for India, I think there is plenty which AI can do. And there is plenty of, and the beauty is what we develop over here and what we evolve over here is something which can be very easily rolled out to African countries and to other places of the world which are looking for maybe a more cost-effective or a more economical model to be applied. So I think Gen AI has a lot of hype going on around it. It may not be the silver bullet which is going to miraculously solve every problem, but I think judicious use of it, and if you put it in a correct way, I think there are plenty of problems to solve. I mean, if you look at something like writing the instruction manual for a product you've created, extremely boring job. No one wants to do it. Let AI do it. So I firmly believe that whichever disruptive technology has come has only added to humanity. I mean, when the steam engine came and you thought what were going to happen to horses, when cars came and you thought what were going to happen to horse-drawn carriages, right? But it always adds to humanity. And I believe 100% AI, regulated, made ethical, will add to humanity.
Absolutely. I think we recently had Sharad Sharma from iSpirit was in the campus a few months back. And he was talking about the numbers, which we all know, all of us use today. We do use UPI so extensively. We use DigiYatra. I mean, like today, those lines are longer than the regular lines. Almost everybody seems to be having DigiYatra. And many of these, and the new Ayushman Bharat, the health record system, which is slow, but the design is amazing, even for that. So I think we are more digital in many ways when it comes to citizens than many other countries. And the opportunity to do more is kind of definitely there. while that happens, and thankfully, I think the government, states, and the center are looking at technology in all its forms. Like you refer to what Karnataka government is doing. The government here they put out, again, building on the whole GenAI and wave. All their policies are available on a portal. Now, any citizen can go and just query in Telugu or English. They can just type or even ask. And then like it will give the information on the benefits and the way to apply for it. And just to find which is hard, it starts there. Then comes the process of applying itself and the process to track. So contactless is an endeavor. So you're going to say something.
I just wanted to say, so just taking your point one step further forward. So now, right to information is a very strongly empowering tool for a citizen. Now, there is one officer who sits in every office providing your RTI information. Now, imagine you run all the information you have with the government on a LLM. And any RTI information, you can get at the snap of a finger, where you have AI can go find it for you, and you can just verify whether the information giving over there is true, or in a very rare case, there may be hallucinations, but most likely, the job of the person pulling out that information gets so drastically reduced. The amount of time which you're going to be spending and wasting on doing this gets so drastically reduced. So I think it's a truly big value add which some things like AI, ML, and your data sciences can get to you.
So while we tap into that, but we also can build for the world, right? There's another opportunity that we have today. Are we ready for it? I mean, to build, before we get into the gaps, are we ready to build such technology for the world in emerging areas like LLMs, GenAI and such?
So this Gen AI, of course, caught the imagination of people with all the hype, and that's a good thing that maybe ChatGPT did. But there is this quote attributed to Bill Gates. I've heard it attributed to Bill Gates. It's absolutely true. He's saying we always overestimate the impact of technology in the short term and underestimate the impact of technology in the long term. So Gen AI or ChatGPT is we're trying to is the first part. Overestimating the impact of the technology in the short term. They of course want you to believe it will change the world, because I mean that's a good game. That's how progress happens. That's how progress happens very rapidly. So much investment went in, and that has side effect. It may not solve the main problem, but at the same time we have to be aware that 5 years from now you look back and you'll see the Gen AI or whatever AI in general had that much impact. So we also underestimate the long-term impact. And AI is actually building for the world, you asked. But the question is, so far we have been building for the world. India, in our streets, there are all the companies represented there. Very, very, maybe, I don't know, even 0.5% of what they produce is consumed by India. We're making the whole world efficient, but not ourselves. This has been the complaint. And AI can be different. So if you look at under the hood, there are maybe 2 or 3 or 4 operating systems in the world. There are very few, CPUs. So that you don't need thousands of CPUs to be built. I mean, different CPUs to be built. There may be Intel, AMD, 1 or 2 more. Similarly, GPUs, whatever. So those are hardware or even software products like OSs. These are big products used by everybody, but only few of them are needed. Whereas when you come to AI, AI is also about democratizing the whole process. Now you're building solutions using your data for yourself, for these communities. And the amount of our numbers, the scale in all aspects of the society in India gives huge scope for the application of AI to build solutions that are relevant to Hyderabad, to Gachibowli, or to that kind of scale and targeting. And this is fundamentally different. Whereas building a CPU, building a Intel is one Intel for the whole world. Whereas here you need the solutions are not same for definitely not for Andhra Pradesh and Kerala and Karnataka. Because they are different dynamics involved, and it's possible to exploit all that. And that's the new possibility that AI is bringing. And the startup revolution that has happened in the at least last 5-8 years, it's a very good thing, because these startups, I mean, maybe earlier when we started people started talking about startup, they all thought startup that will become $1 billion entity, unicorn in 5 years, and market is all California or the developed world. But very quickly, now you're seeing all the startups, 90%, I don't have statistics, but my guess is your overwhelming percentage is trying to build solution for us, which was not happening. The Infosys cannot do it because their price points are different. And these people can do it. So increasingly there is focus on solving our own problem, and AI, in spite of it requiring huge investment in hardware, etc., it's still very low, and compared to the potential that it can solve our problem. So I see this as a huge inflection point where we can focus on ourselves, and that also works on there's 1 billion developed population. There are 8 billion or 7 billion others. We are solving for the rest of the world.
So the India-Bharat divide, if you solve for Bharat, solve for India, it's essentially like you also refer to that, it's solving for the global south.
Absolutely. So, most of us in large cities, we are living in India, and we are probably in many ways closer to California in many of our access to things than to, a village 100 kilometers from here. I think that's potentially, we can build for both now.
Well, before we just get to the audience questions, last point I want to touch upon before we take questions from the audience. The AI is an opportunity. I think technically we're very good. We, like an industry, we leverage the demographic dividend quite effectively. While people complain about the skill gap and such, I really don't believe it's a manageable gap. Yes, colleges, those coming out of colleges are not very, very ready, but they come with a grounding that they can in 2-3 months be trained for whatever they need. But if you come to think of it, the math that you refer to and the engineering obsession, especially in the South, all the other spheres are being kind of grossly underrepresented in our kind of in the education system or people that study or pursue. Is it okay? Meaning, is the balance need to shift a little? Yes, engineering is an opportunity for us. A lot we could do with it, but should we completely, like I know friends, not even now, even 8-10 years back, if they want to pursue liberal arts, they have to go to Pune, Bombay, Chennai, maybe Bangalore, not in Hyderabad. And it's a problem with the global south. Even in Chennai, there's just one Loyola and a couple of colleges. Bangalore has like a couple of colleges. Is it okay? Is that balance, does it need to reshift to get a more wholesome kind of environment? Or is it okay? If it has worked for the last 20 years, maybe it'll work for next 20 years. Quick thoughts, both of you, before we take audience questions.
Just a quick thought, I would say, once again, when you said skill gap, I wouldn't say there's a skill gap so much as there's a mismatch in matching skills to jobs. So to just give a small example, we conducted a job fair about a month ago where 23,000 job opportunities were bought in, 17,000 students registered, and we were able to place 1,500 people.
Oh God.
Now are you going to call it a skill gap? Or are you going to call it a skill mismatch?
It's an information skew.
If it's a skill gap, then it's not a gap, it's a chasm. Right? So there is a mismatch between what the skills are and how to access them. I think there is some kind of a mismatch over there. So skill gap, I do agree, we're not very bad. We're all right, close by. Moving on to, should we focus on the liberal arts? Should we focus on commerce? Should we focus on economics? I think everything is moving in such a fast pace that tech is getting added to everything, right? If you look at finance, it's not finance anymore, it's fintech. If you look at the film industry or the movie industry, it's not just movies, it's animation, gaming, visual effects, VR, XR, all of these kind of things. So tech is intertwining itself into every single aspect of our life. Starting from, as we were discussing outside, starting from folklore, all the way up to maybe your digital arts, your digital currency, your bitcoins, your cryptos, blockchains. They're all coming up with new ways of implementing old world things in the tech way, right? So I think there is a big requirement for interdisciplinary approach towards how we treat education, rather than say, should we keep it as just humanities? Should we keep it as just liberal arts? No, it has to blend itself with tech if it is going to stay relevant in the future.
Absolutely. I think math is an example. Suddenly it's become so respectable in the last 5 years.
So I will connect back with what we discussed earlier, that there is only problem solving. This is not engineering, this is not IT, this is not chemistry, this is not society. It's a problem solving. And today, especially today, the IT solution providers, well, our students, triple IT students, or those, or far more than in the past generation when, say, automobile engineers were produced. They pretty much worked on producing better cars. Whereas the IT or the AI, whatever you call it, these people are increasingly building apps and solutions
for every
that
domain.
are used by everybody instantly. I mean, what you make could be on an app or on a cloud-based service that everybody access in a few hours or a few days, which means you have to, the designers, at least the design team, should keep the end user in mind far more than the automobile engineers. You looked at ergonomics, and the ergonomics is of course important, but this is a deep societal level. Ergonomics carried into the society. How do people react to this kind of interfaces? How do people react to the channel where the information can be spread so fast? Good information can spread very fast and help in disaster time, but rumors and calculate planted information also can travel so fast and create unrest. These are the same two sides of the same coin. So there is a need for at least engineers and builders of these solutions, software solutions. They are solutions where software is a big part, and these get deployed at lightning speed, at speed of light, as opposed to a drug or a car that has years of testing. And so there is even more need for awareness of what are the social implications of what you are building. At least have some sense that have some introduction given into the education system so that they can work with proper experts in the design team. Today, all the social media teams have companies have very strong ethicists and philosophers and sociologists working in their design team. It probably wasn't so when they designed Facebook 20 years ago. And then that's one of the problems, right? So techies, so-called techies, are not techies, pure techies anymore, and they should not aspire to be. And it's a job of the education institution to ensure they're exposed to everything.
No, absolutely. I think they have to coexist with other disciplines, and hopefully it will pull up. Like math got pulled up in the last 5 years. Hopefully other disciplines also will get pulled up. So we can take a few questions. Yeah, there.
Thank you. So I wanted to talk about the skill mismatch or the employability aspect of it, right? Where we've heard how much skill mismatch there is, and we keep reading a lot of these surveys about how much there's a lack of employability in the people that are being educated in our country, right? The way I see it, the onus is on the individual. So my question to Professor Narayanan sir is, what are the pros and cons of shifting this onus to the institutions that are training them, the onus of being employable? Or to Sharad sir, what about shifting this onus to the organizations that will hire them? Of course, given that certain criteria is met, coursework is being done properly, GPA, what are the pros and cons?
Yeah? Okay, who should have the responsibility of addressing that gap? Academics or the industry?
I think each has its role. I mean, academic institutions, there are different kinds of academic institutions. Academic institutions like IIIT or an IIT, we tell our students when they come in that our responsibility is ensuring that you get your last job. You are ready for your last job, which may take up when you are 60 years old. You change your job when you are 60 years old. The skills that you learn here should still be relevant that time. Not, everybody focus on the first job that they get 4 years from them, which is too easy to give a first job. For an academic institution like IIIT, it's too easy to give someone a job in a coveted company. But what are the skills? The skill to learn by themselves, to forget everything that's been taught in college and again relearn what is required at that time. That's the skill that they should learn at college today so that they can shift careers at age 50. So that's the onus. That should be the onus on institution like us. Similarly, there are, every institution doesn't have to do the same. Other institutions, if you're teaching more skills, more industry-oriented engineers or people, they should ensure that, as advertised, the students, when they leave, more or less have the skills required there. And if each player in the chain is is doing their job well, then we'll be in a good situation.
So if I could just answer the industry aspect of it. I think I may be wrong. Some of the most senior people who are in the industry could correct me. I think in the 1950s, Jawaharlal Nehruji instituted a law saying that every private company needs to advertise the availabilities of their vacancies so that people who are aspiring for a job, it is very clear what is available. So why I say this is, typically as public representatives, some kid will come up to them and say, right, I've done my computer science, can you get me a job somewhere? So you call up the CEO, you call up the HR who you know, and you're like, I'm going to send this boy across, interview him and kindly see if he's useful. And he says, yes, so send him across to us. So shouldn't this information be publicly available everywhere? So I think it is the responsibility of all companies across the state where you function. We do have a skill portal, but it doesn't work effectively enough. So I think there should be transparency where every single job which is available and visible to everybody across the board, so that tomorrow when I want to do a course, when I want to do engineering, I know which are the jobs, which are the courses, which are the fields I can have a remunerative pay from day one. I think this transparency is something which we've got to work towards, which will empower the student as well to know what course or what stream or what line he needs to get into. And I think all companies need to come out transparently. The only sad part is, with the IT jobs which we get, the talent which you want, or the talent which they ask you, or the skill set which they ask you, they wanted it 3 months ago. Not even today when they ask for it, right? So this is the sad part about the jobs which are out there. Someone, he wants 3,000 Java engineers 3 months ago. So where do I skill? Where do I train? How do I have the opportunity? So I think there needs to be some more transparency about these kind of positions which are available.
So one of our professors, Nimi, anthropologist, she works in IIIT. So she studied this aspect of visibility into jobs. She says in her study, this something she published about 6-7 years back, Amirpet, which is the training hub of the city, right? It's supposed to be the densest in terms of number of training institutes per square meter, is the densest in the world. And half of the at least Telugu-speaking folks in the US probably went through Amirpet at some point when they moved to the US. So she said she actually had data to prove this through her surveys. They have the best pulse on emerging technologies. Absolutely. They have the best pulse, however they get it. I mean, very unscrupulous people with probably the lowest possible ethics and such. Amirpet is notorious for all of those things. But one thing they get right, they get the pulse right. Now, you don't want to go to an Amirpet to get the pulse. I'm sure there are better places to get the pulse, but unfortunately, it's one of the best places in the city to get the pulse.
Our study also said that Amirpet, maybe a square mile around there, graduates, whatever that graduates mean, graduates more individuals in a 6-month period than the IIT system has done its history.
Yeah, it's notorious.
And they get placed.
They get well,
not necessarily, but
not necessarily,
they do graduate. In a
I
way,
think
yes.
a lot of them get placed because people also coming. People are not fools. I mean, the first 2 people may be fooled. Next person from the village won't come if this doesn't work out.
But yeah, but the numbers are much larger. Okay, we are told 2 more questions. Yes, please, ma'am. Yeah.
We talk so much about demographic dividend and skill gap, etc. I work as a voluntary teacher in government schools. So it was my personal feeling that most of the children are quite capable like any other private school children, but the language or the medium of instruction, which is English, is a big hindrance to them. So I feel that is probably putting them off from the actually aspiring for the big colleges, all the main things in the society. So probably the importance of language English is less understood or given less importance, and because most children do well in subjects like mathematics, but somehow they are scared or fear all the other sciences, social studies, etc., humanities, because that maths requires least amount of English. So I feel this is a big gap that has to be crossed, especially in government schools, because that environment is not there available. That is one thing. And also a lot of children push themselves into mathematics or something, even though they are not really aligned or capable of that, thinking that that is the only, they have to somehow become an engineer or something, and then they are set. But as Mr. Sharad Garu was saying, that then they'll probably end up as being a B grade or a C grade engineer. So this education right from first grade, where they can be skilled or trained into other things, whatever technical courses or whatever, that importance also is probably less given, is what I find now. So what are the steps that we can take so that right from that stage, especially the children who go to the government schools, who can't afford all these private schools then or later, that steps can be taken? That I think if that thing is merged somehow, the importance for language, because yes, local languages are important, but sometimes I feel now children are like neither here nor there. They are not fully understanding the subject. They're not able to align themselves with suppose a Telugu speaking or a Kannada speaking child. He or she is not able to align with other parts of the country or with the world, just because the language of instruction is not, they're not able to bridge the gap.
No, absolutely. I think it is like the B grade engineer is not B grade because of capability. It's an A grade capable person with lack of interest becomes a B or C grade. So, well, any comments on that? It's not an easy problem to solve. Especially go to rural government schools. We're working with some NGOs trying to build technology for rural government schools. So there's some first person understanding in a small microcosm, but any thoughts on that?
No, you hit the nail on the head, right? So I'll just tell you the pain point. So I'm a native Kannada speaker and I can speak English as well. And I can express my thoughts fairly fluently. I can get across a concept. But when I went to Germany, it was such a pain to try to get across a concept in German. It would almost seem like I'm less intelligent or dumber because I'm not able to get that concept across because I don't speak that language fluently. So imagine the pain point of a child who's learnt in Telugu, is fluent, who understands the problem which you're talking to him about. He's got a solution to it, but he can't express it to you in English. That is such a pain point and it hurts so much. You absolutely hit the nail on the head. And I feel while we do want to retain our regional identities and all of these values, I think it has to get to a stage where a universal English medium of education is necessary now in the global context. Because let's say I read a question. I read the question in English. I need to translate it into my language, find an answer to it, translate it back into English and express it. You're going through unnecessary 2 or 3 steps, whereas your thought process, if it is in the language in which you're going to express it,
much
makes
faster.
it so much simple for you, makes it much faster. So I think children who are in tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities have a couple of disadvantages. One, I would say, is the word ecosystem. Once again, a very cliche word to use, ecosystem. Because if you come to a tier 1 city, if you come to Hyderabad, if you go to Chennai, if you go to Bangalore, if you go to Cochin, you're going to have a certain standard of education. You're going to have a certain standard of healthcare. And if you look at the average pay, I think urban India earns 5 times as much as rural India. So earning 5 times less means you're going to be given less preference in education. You're going to be given less preference in healthcare. And then you ask that kid who is grown up on 20% of what an urban kid has grown up on, you're going to call him and ask him to compete with a kid from the city. There's no way that's going to happen. So I think parity has to be given in every way. Parity has to be given in terms of purchasing power. Parity has to be brought about in terms of earning. And then parity has to be brought about in terms of education, healthcare, and all of these. And then we can truly exploit your demographic dividend. Otherwise, the 60% which is sitting in a rural setting is not going to compete with your 40% which is sitting in the urban city.
Absolutely.
I have a slightly different view, in the sense, I've read statistics on people who are getting turned away because the education is in English or business is in English. They are perfectly capable, but they are not able to do those things in English. And there's a huge loss for the nation for that. So I think this language of instruction has become a political point or emotional and political point rather than a practical point. I had up to my 10th class education, I had in Malayalam medium in a public school. And I went to, for the record, the first exam I wrote in English was the IIT JEE. But I never felt I did not know. I had English as a subject in the public school and I was reasonably good at it. I couldn't speak, but I could answer questions. Okay, so if the English medium schools are seen as anti-local, I mean, they are seen as anti-local medium, and local medium schools are seen as anti-English medium, and this is a problem.
So the social mindset is a bigger problem.
I think we should have science and other education done in the local language. What is most convenient for the most students in a region, but also teach them English well, especially conversational English. See, the English education in the country is all grammar and all kinds of Shakespeare-like things, rather than practical things. So you said expressing yourself in English or German in your case, in your example, expressing your ideas or in English to whoever is listening to you is more about conversational English and about probably technical terms. So those can be these are not. I don't see this as opposing each other. The bulk of the education being in the local language. Local language means whatever is most convenient to the people. Okay, and what the youngsters we cannot scale up our English education to the scale where everybody can learn good English everywhere. I mean, in the cities maybe we are doing a decent job. In the rural areas, it cannot happen. And that's the problem. So we are not teaching in the public schools, we are not teaching, public schools with local language medium. If you are not teaching English well enough for them to understand things, they don't have to be, super proficient in English, but enough to converse, enough to understand things. And if they are put in a engineering or bigger role, they are able to pick up from them. So again, the key is ability to learn rather than what you learn. You cannot learn everything you need in school or in college or anywhere. But are you given enough skills to learn what you don't have now? And that part somehow is not emphasized. Quickly, this language question goes into political and emotional spheres, and then they get lost.
So we built the government school that we're working, trying to pilot some technologies. So one of the things we built was spoken English. Because what we realized, that is in the semi-urban schools around Hyderabad, 20-30 kilometer radius, teachers are pretty decent in English. Spoken English is a problem. So we built an AI tool where the system says a sentence, the student will repeat it, and the system will correct. So to the teacher's told as a supplementary tool. Because you can't tell the teacher you don't know English. And so we're experimenting. Hopefully we can scale that so that the spoken English part alone the tool helps with. So I think we run out of time. Sharad ji and Pijan, so thank you so much. Extremely engaging conversation, and I think the topic is also such. A lot more to discuss, definitely a lot more to do. Thanks for all the insights and the perspective.
Questions, and I'm not letting them ask any of the questions, but like I said, Mr. Sharad Bachegowda had to fly in at the last moment to represent the Karnataka government, and we made a commitment to him that we let him go before 1:30. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for engaging us in that wonderful conversation. On behalf of South First, I invite Mr. A.P. Srinivas to present to our guests on the stage a small token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharad Bachegowda, Chairman of Kionics, Government of Karnataka, for being here and engaging with us on this very important topic of skill gap and employability. Thank you so much, Professor P.J. Narayanan. He gracefully accepted to be part of this panel just a few hours before the event launched, and we could not have had a better person to be part of this panel. And last but not the least, a wonderful moderator who ensured that most of us and most of the questions we have about this topic was asked, Professor Ramesh Loganathan. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the morning session of Dakshin Dialogues 2024. We break for lunch now for 45 minutes. When we come back, we have two engaging sessions, one with the government of Kerala. We have with us the Minister, Mr. P. Rajiv, Industries and Law Minister of Kerala, joining us for a discussion right after the lunch session. And the concluding session will be with the Minister of IT of Telangana, Mr. Sridhar Babu, who will be here shortly. Let's break for lunch and please reconvene in the next 40 minutes so that we can take Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People and Technology Governance for Tomorrow forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've got to run. I'm so sorry.
I know.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us throughout today. On this Saturday, we'll start the afternoon session shortly. I request all of our audiences who are still outside and are done with lunch to please be seated inside. And those of you sitting at the back of the auditorium, if you can please move forward, it will help us begin the event shortly. I request to the audience to please occupy the chairs that are at the front, closer to the stage. You've so far heard from two different state governments, representatives of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, engage in a conversation with academics and industry leaders about all things people, technology, and governance. The second session of Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People in Technology Governance for Tomorrow, will focus on the initiatives, policy decisions, policy framework, and the future of IT, AI. And to speak about this, we have representatives from two other southern states. We will have with us two ministers representing each of these states. From Telangana, we have IT Minister Mr. Sridhar Babu. And from Kerala, we have the privilege of hosting among us today Shri P. Rajiv, the Minister for Industries and Law. We'll begin the afternoon session in some time, but before that, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our partners today. Dakshin Dialogues 2024 is being presented to you by Carping AI Solutions in association with Government of Telangana, Government of Tamil Nadu, Government of Karnataka, Electronics Corporation of Tamil Nadu Limited, otherwise called ELCOT, Startup Karnataka, K-Tech, the brand name of Karnataka Innovation and Technology Society, ICO Biologics Private Limited, and knowledge partner for us today is Indian Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad. And thanks to all of you for being so patient with us. Another 10 minutes and we can begin our afternoon session. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience and for being very accommodative of our request to occupy the front seats. Without much further ado, I'd just like to ask all of us like technology, use technology. However, what does information technology mean to different people? Is it the same for you who live in a city? And is it different for somebody who probably lives in a tier 2, tier 3 town, or probably a village? Now, that has been a very big question. As we become more dependent on technology, is there easy access, equal access? Is there really a divide between how technology is consumed and used by all of us? Is a big question. Does it matter to a government attempting to rush services online? Is it a challenge for governments when it wants to engage in e-governance, but technology or the lack of it in different places? Is that a challenge? Bridging this urban-rural digital divide in India is a work in progress at different levels in different parts of the country. And Kerala has been a state at the forefront of diminishing this gap. Thanks to its geography and also a very motivated leadership that has had the ability to plan ahead. We have with us today Shri P. Rajiv, Minister for Industries and Law, Government of Kerala, a former Rajya Sabha MP who quit central politics and somehow chose to do state politics instead, and he tells me it is rather difficult. He's also a Central Committee member of the CPIM, and he truly is a shining example of how government schools and colleges can actually shape future leaders. Just before the lunch session we had a question from the audience on, whether studying in a government school and not having enough knowledge of a particular language is going to be an impediment. I suppose Mr. Rajiv also can show you and also tell you about whether that truly is when he speaks to all of us. With commitment to welfare and innovation and progressive policies at the heart of the administration, Mr. Rajiv is going to tell us about what Kerala government does in this sector of bridging the gap, or rather, bridging the divide of digital India when it comes to urban and rural. As some of us we have heard it in the past, is there a divide between Bharat and India? Maybe that is the question you answer in this topic. We are glad to have him speak about the urban-rural digital divide in India and bridging that gap. In conversation with him will be Mr. Satish Andra, Managing Director of India Partners. He's a technology enthusiast and venture capitalist who has a passion for helping other entrepreneurs succeed. For 2 decades now, he has been investing, co-founding, leading, and engineering ventures in the US and India. I welcome both of you gentlemen to please take the stage to engage us and take us through the challenges really of this urban-rural digital divide in India. A round of applause, sir.
Thank you. You did such a great job. Good afternoon, everyone. And Vasu, thank you for the opportunity. And Honorable Minister, good to talk to you. And thanks for taking time off to be here. So the topic is the urban-rural divide, in IT. As a preamble, we all know, again, I'm not comparing Kerala here with other states, but compared to Karnataka or Tamil Nadu or Telangana, the exports, the IT exports overall, while Kerala has set up one of the first technology hubs in 1990, 35 years ago, still 1/8 or 1/10 of the volume of exports in terms of software and ITES exports. And also given Kerala's literacy and of course distributed development, we'll kind of deep dive into various aspects of how do you bridge this urban-rural IT divide. I was just informally talking to Mr. Rajiv. He's got multiple degrees. He's got a degree, in law, engineering, and journalism, which is quite amazing. I think that's a very unique combination. So we'll have unique perspectives. He also oversees entrepreneurship and innovation. In Kerala, it's very interesting that
the IT ministry is handled by the Chief Minister of Kerala directly, and Mr. Rajiv works with the Chief Minister. Sir, my first question is about infrastructure development. If we really want to encourage people to be part of this information highway, infrastructure becomes very important. It's as important as physical infrastructure. So whether it's internet connectivity, fiber optics, internet connectivity, data centers, as a nation, we all have smartphones, and now these smartphones are AI powered. But from what we know from outside is that infrastructure is still an issue, a little bit of an issue in Kerala. I want to get your perspectives in terms of what are the various initiatives to improve the infrastructure aspects within Kerala.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude for Southwest for inviting me to this prestigious program. I knew Mr. Vasu a few years back while he was with Indian Express. At that time, I got the privilege to be a part of the Edu Conclave, and this was organized by New Indian Express regularly at Chennai as a capacity of the Member of Parliament at that time. Normally, these digital platforms are focusing on sensitive, sensational issues and manufacturing controversies. That is the major objective of the new media. Not only new media, all the medias are trying to cook it up news and manufacturing the consensus and creating public consciousness using all these tools. Then I would like to congratulate you for taking initiative for constructive conversations and to bring all the ministers and technocrats and other experts to this platform. And it's a great initiative. 2 years back, Justice Chalmeshwar, the former Judge of Supreme Court and former Chief Justice of Kerala High Court, has mentioned about this initiative. I think at that time you discussed about federalism. So Dr. Thomas Isaac has participated in that discussion. I'm not a graduate in journalism, but I practiced journalism for more than a decade as editor of Deshabhimani. I'm a graduate in economics and journalism. Then I studied chemical engineering and law and economics, but practiced journalism for a decade. And this I am holding industry and law portfolio. Information technology, we are giving more importance for that. That is why Honorable Chief Minister is holding that portfolio. The differences is actually information technology, not only the ministry, it is not an autonomous mechanism. All ministries depends on IT now. Health Ministry, Education Ministry, obviously industries ministry and LS local self-governance, home, every ministry depends on IT. And IT cannot stand alone without the help of other ministries. That is the reality. Then we are working together collectively to attract more investment to the state of Kerala and to create more employment opportunities to our own youth. Kerala is geographically and demographically, Kerala is a small state. But in human index and other several factors, Kerala is a big state. In 1.6% of the landscape of the country, 2.8% of the population of the country, still we are contributing 4% of the GDP of the state. You have correctly mentioned that Kerala has established the first techno park in 1990 at Thiruvananthapuram. We had established the first electronic company of the country, that is Keltron. That company made the first television at the time of Asian Games by the demand of the then Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi. And Calcutta, this is the first metro of the country. At that time, Keltron controlling the ticketing system of the first metro of the country. This digital divide, actually, the time is expanding. Earlier, it depends upon the difference in between those who access to the computer or internet. Then it is expanding. Those who access to broadband connectivity and ICT. Actually, now it is more expanded that those who have connected with the world and those who cannot. That is the real dimension of digital divide now. Then Kerala, actually, this question is not relevant because urban, rural,
IT
that
divide,
very difficult to demark in between village and urban areas in the state of Kerala. Kerala as a whole can be considered as a city. Very difficult. If we are going through the roads, highways of the state of Kerala, you cannot find a single space, vacated space, without any shop or house or any industry, small industries. Very difficult. Then it's a very urbanized state of the country. Then actually 86 out of the 100 people are having internet connectivity. The mobile and smartphone penetration is very high in the state of Kerala. Then, but how to ensure affordable access to internet infrastructure and ICT? That is one of the challenge to any governments. We are the first state, fully e-governed state of the country. Kerala is the first digitalized banking state of the country. Recently, Honorable Chief Justice of the country has inaugurated the fully digitalized High Court of the country in Kerala. Then, but how to ensure the access to the needy people? That is why first time in the country, government of Kerala has established an internet infrastructure mechanism, optical fiber cable network, KFON, ensure free connectivity to the needy people and also speed connectivity to all government offices. This is first time in the country. And also we are establishing around 3,000 Akshaya centers in all villages for providing these facilities to the citizens. These are some steps taken by the government of Kerala.
Right. Yeah, so Ireland has this concept of connectivity hubs. So it's kind of set up in a public-private partnership by the government, enables virtual work, enables remote work. I think something that could be very, very relevant for a state like Kerala. So how do you kind of deal with the skill gap? As a nation, we suffer from this, and that's the reason for this huge unemployment. People who have jobs get 6 jobs. People who do not have jobs end up becoming delivery boys for Swiggy or driving, Ola or Uber. So clearly, with respect to the workforce development, what are some of the initiatives that you're taking up, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 towns?
Actually, I heard the last debate that is focusing on skill gaps. In Kerala, we are trying to transform the society into a knowledge society. And we are trying to transform the economy into a knowledge-based economy. For knowledge-based economy, knowledge should become the capital. That is the strength of the state of Kerala. Our landscape is, I already mentioned, very less, and cost of the land is very high. One side belongs to Western Ghats regulation, other side belongs to CRS regulation, in between wetland regulation, and the forest and population ratio is very high. Now the wild animals is demanding more land. They are coming to the cities for their activities. That very ecologically sensitive area. Then big manufacturing and polluting industries are not suitable for the state of Kerala. And if we are allowing to establish a big industry, manufacturing industry, then they depend for the migrant laborers. For garment industry or chemical industry, 95-98% of the workforce are migrant laborers. They are getting 10,000 or 12,000 per month salary. That means around 120 crores of rupees per annum. But recently we have established IBM. IBM established their AI campus in Kochi. They have recruited around 3,000 people within 2 years. The annual salary is 20 lakhs rupees per annum. That means 600 crores rupees per annum. This big garment factory employing 10,000 people, most of the migrant laborers, and getting only 120 crores of rupees. And most of them going back to their own states. But a reverse migration is happening to this industry, this IT knowledge-based industries. Then we are focusing on that. Then skill thing, this we have established the first digital university of the country at Tirunelveli. We have a blockchain academy also, trained lakhs of youth for blockchain technology. This digital university is focusing on AI and big data analysis, machine learning, blockchain technology, robotics, and all new emerging technologies. And also we have some skill development institutions under labor department and under higher education institutions. But the mismatch that is mentioned in the your session, Professor Narayan was here, that session they had mentioned mismatch. Then how to address that issue? For that, now we have introduced full-time internship for the students, 6-month full-time internship, the industry, paid internship. They can learn the lessons online from the institutions and they can work in the IT or other companies as a full-time intern. And second thing, we have changed our perspective on higher education, changing the curricula, pedagogy, and syllabi. It is more flexible. Earlier, our student days, the teachers can teach us using their study notes of their student days. Now, a student who learned the technology in the first sem, it is outdated when he promoted to the last sem. That is the changing of the technology. Then it is then the higher education system should be more flexible to adopt the changes in the technology that we have recently incorporated in our higher education system. And also we are ready to design the courses in accordance with the requirement of the industrial establishment. The last month I have inaugurated the MTech Polymer Technology course, executive course, exclusively for Apollo tires. Then this flexibility is there. And now we have introduced a new novel scheme that is Campus Industrial Park. Higher education institutions can start industrial park along with them. If they have excess land, which is, if as per UGC regulation, 5 acres of land for establishing an higher education institution or AICT or medical council terms. If they have excess land, government will give a industrial status for that plot. And we are giving a single window clearance mechanism for giving licenses to the industries coming to that area. And also we are giving some financial incentives for infrastructure developments. The first priority for the allotment is to the industrial production or industrial application of the research outcome of the higher education institutions. Second, the industrial application of the projects of the faculty. Third, for the alumni. And fourth, for any industry which is allowed at that pace in accordance with the rules and laws. The students can work there. Then he or she will get wages on hourly basis. If a polymer technology student he or she is working in a rubber company, then in addition to that wage, he or she will get credit or bonus mark or grace mark against hours working in that institution. If a computer science student, if he is working in a IT firm, not only industry, STF is also is allowed, standardization factories, this build-up area. These are some initiatives taken by the government to scaling up the skills and also avoid the mismatch in between the skill and the requirement. These are the steps we have taken.
Yeah. So, Mr. Rajiv, if I understand correctly, if I'm person not from Cochin or Trivandrum, I'm from Thrissur, you're saying still I have an opportunity, I'm aware or I'm being made aware of all the IT or technology or industrial opportunities that are available for folks from the big cities. Is that what?
Actually, any particular sector? Or?
So, no, so how do you create that awareness for someone who is not from the big cities? And how do they participate?
That is true. Actually, the reality is the general presumption about Kerala with regard to industry is very negative. Kerala is very good for education, okay. Kerala is very good for health, okay. Human index is very good. God's own country, nice to see. But industry, no, that is not good because communists are ruling there, militant trade unions, very red tapeism. These are the propaganda outside. This propaganda is far away from the reality. Actually, the Vikrant is a prestigious product of the country.
Right.
The first indigenous aircraft carrier. That is make in India, but made in Kerala.
Yeah.
Without losing a single man hour. Recently, we had convened a roundtable on maritime and logistic. Then the CMD of Cochin Shipyards. He told the last 25 years, not a single man hour lost in my shipyards. All unions are very active there. All unions are very active there. But not a single man hour lost due to any strike. Not a single factory was attacked in the last 25 years. That has happened in other states. Not a single managerial cadre was attacked by any workman. That has happened in Noida or on the Warangal, AP Rayons. One general manager was killed a few years back. But these type of things has not happened in Kerala. But general perception that is true. Then my challenge as a minister of industry is to change this presumption.
Right.
Then I intervene with investors, learning experience. I met more than 5,000 investors all over the state. And we have taken several initiatives using the technology. You can start an MSME in the state of Kerala within a minute. Within a minute. Our K-Shift system is there. In our roadshow in Chennai, one Wipro representative told to the audience, that just using this case, if they register, submit, then going for a coffee, just to the coffee shop. Then the man ran to him and, sir, we got the license. Then he called to the CIA representative, whether it is original or duplicate.
Yeah.
Okay? Then using your technology, while we assumed the office of this ministry, Kerala was in 28th rank in ease of doing business. We could improve our rank to 15th the last year as a aspirant. This last ranking, Kerala is the number one in the country as a top achiever. By taking all these steps and this ease of doing business, now it is known as business reforms ranking. It is exclusively based on feedback. 100% on feedback. Then this ranking reflects the confidence among the investors of the state.
Yeah. So I think we talked about the infrastructure necessary. I just wanted to ask about any data centers that are kind of coming up. That's one point. The other point is there's a lot of confusion because since you also drive entrepreneurship and innovation, I think I see this confusion across the country almost in every state. There are three types of businesses when you really look at. One is a lifestyle business. There's nothing wrong with any of these three businesses because they all contribute to the GDP and pay taxes and create employment. One is a lifestyle business which grows to a certain extent. Second, they may not require any capital. I mean, they were self-funded. Second is SME or MSME, which is very different, grows at a little slower pace, contributes to the economy, no doubt, makes India self-sufficient. Third is startup, which is very, very different. High risk, non-linear growth, very different type of business models. So how do you see, because you're looking at entrepreneurship, innovation, industries, and you work with the Honorable CM on overall IT. So tell us a little bit about some of these initiatives from a Kerala perspective.
Actually, recently we have adopted our new industrial policy, recognizing the prevailing objective realities of the state of Kerala. I have said about the limitations with regard to the availability and the cost of the land. But our major advantage is highly skilled human resources. Kerala is present in 139 countries. IBM, I was there at the inaugural function of IBM campus in Kochi. Then senior vice president told me, we are considering this as a pilot project. Our objective is to recruit only 100 people in this year. Then I was there in the first anniversary. Then they have recruited 2,000 people. Then I said, what is the secret behind this? Then the senior vice president told me that is fully dependent on the potential of your youth. They have developed two products, successful AI products. One is used by Delta Airline and other is purchased by Facebook. That is why we have decided to recruit another 1,000. This is our potential. That is why we have focused on knowledge-based industries. Our motto is a motto of the industry policy, that is nature, people, industry, not in the reverse order. The color of the cover of the document and the color of the font of the body matter is green. That is nature, people, industry. Then we are focusing on MSMEs. We have observed Year of Enterprises, a new campaign. Our goal is to establish 1 lakh enterprises within a year, a Herculean task for a state like Kerala. But we could achieve that task within 7 months. We have recruited MBA, BTech holders in each and every local bodies. We have a very dynamic local self-governance system, you know very well. And we have very good public education system. Mr. Narayanan earlier told that Professor Narayanan, he studied in a public school. I also studied in a government public school in Malayalam medium. He also studied in a Malayalam medium, and very education system we have. And also, that is why we have recruited these. Earlier they were Indians, now they are known as executives for each and every panchayat, one for 20 divisions in municipalities and corporation. Then within 2 years and 6 months, we could establish 3 lakh MSMEs in the state of Kerala. Very small units, micro units. That means 19,600 crores investment. Not an FDI, not from other side. Sometimes it was an ornament, gold ornament of a woman. It is transformed as a capital of a small micro industry. Sometimes it was a bank deposit. It is transformed as a capital of a small industry. Small industries. Then Kerala, big houses are there. 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom houses. 3,000 feet, square feet, 4,000 square feet. Normal usage is only 500 or maximum 1,000 square feet. The 2,000 is vacant. Then you can put 2-3 computers there and start a small unit and work for the American finance company for the taxation process. And you can put 2-3 small machines, sewing machines for garments industry or other food processing industries. We are giving licenses. The LST department is giving licenses for these home industries also, house industries also. And one other advantage is highly skilled housewives are there and educated. MTech housewife, BTech housewives, BCom housewives. They are simply sitting in the house, looking after the children. They are grown up. Then there are no engagement for them. Then we are trying to refreshing them. Actually, it is a losage of public money. If you are studying in a government institute or aided institute for becoming a graduate or postgraduate, how much money is spent from the public exchequer? If you are simply sitting in the home, nothing giving to the economy, then it is a public wastage and a criminal offense. No sessions in the IPC or the new BNS, nothing is there, but it is a criminal offense. Then we are trying to transform them as a work from home or work near home. We are providing workstations in each and every cities or nearby places. The woman can go there and work flexi hours, flexi place. Then we are promoting these MSME industries, and also we are promoting startup innovation in colleges and universities. We are giving all support to startups. I expect more support from you also as a venture capitalist to our own startups for helping the students. And 7 years back, one incident was happened in Calicut. One worker, while cleaning the manhole, not only one Malayali and 3 migrants, 4 people were died. Then our engineering students, a group of engineering students from different branches, they developed a small robot for cleaning the manhole. We gave a place in the Techno Park, a small cubicle for them. And some people like you give fund for them. Now their manufacturing unit in Tirunelveli employing 400 people. They're importing robots. Now recently they developed all socially committed innovations. For this, after stroke, some bedridden people are there. Then this robot helped them to improve their movements. It is based on a technology, which is some mechanism. Then it will read their movements, improvements, and changes in the functions of the robots. These startup system we are promoting startups and also knowledge-based industries. Not big industries. Big industries not suitable for the state of Kerala. Focusing on these knowledge-based industries, we are providing all support for them.
Sure, sure. Now, I know before we open it up for Q&A, I think there are three significant things for the audience sake. I'll kind of recap. One, I think post-COVID, supply chains have been reconfigured. So what has happened is almost every state or every nation needs to have business continuity plan. Previously, we used to depend on global supply chains for everything because that was efficient and inexpensive. Second is because of the geopolitical situation globally now, every nation has to become independent. You can't be dependent on foreign nations because at any point of time, somebody can put an embargo on you, in which case you may not have access to technology. So you have to be self-sufficient. I think it's not urban-rural divide in technology. I think the tsunamis like AI, though all of us tend to overestimate impact of technology in the short term and underestimate it in the long term, I think AI is kind of going to create a very level playing field. And everyone is worried about, technology versus human race as opposed to urban versus rural. I think it's between the machine and the man. So all of us have to be prepared. We'll open it up for Q&A for folks. I don't know how much time we have for the Q&A, but we'll open it up.
For that, your apprehension is very true. Now the growth is job-loss growth, not creating more employment opportunities. Earlier, this industrial revolution, steam engines, and then thereafter electricity, chemical, and automobile industries, then IT. After IT, all IT professionals are very happy because AI, machine learning, big data analysis, it will give more employment to the IT professionals. But Gen AI came, then Gen AI write the programs. Earlier, IT professionals, the human beings is essential, inevitable thing for writing programs, then Gen AI writing programs. Now we are remotely control all machines. Now Neuralink is coming. Then this remote can control the human beings. The remote can control your feelings also. Then nobody can predict who will win, artificial intelligence or human intelligence. The history may give the answer to that. Then it create more issues. Without employment, or everything in manufacturing industry, everything is doing by robots. And IT industry, the Gen AI, this is writing all programs and doing everything. Then who will get job? If nobody is getting job, who will purchase this without purchasing capacity? Then these issues, I think, create more contradictions.
Yeah. But that said, there's a fresh report that came out this morning. It said 45% of the software code is now being generated by machines. 45% of the software code. So that many number of jobs are getting eliminated. Of course, we all can talk about redeploying this human resources for better work or complementary work. So we'll have to move on to the next set of opportunities, like what you said. If the factories are becoming robotic driven, the factories are becoming like enterprises. If you look at almost robots in the supply chain, intelligent mobility, autonomous vehicles doing the movement of goods, drones kind of doing the logistics. So all of these are making them
not
automated.
only that, the machines, the full diagnosis of the human being. No need of any pharmacist or lab technician, not needed. The robots doing the surgeries. No need of any doctors tomorrow.
No, I think doctors are safe at least for a decade or so. But I think definitely, engineers have an extinction kind of a risk. So just want to open it up, for questions. Yeah, here.
Yeah, hello, sir. I have a question regarding the state of Kerala. So right now, there is a protest going on in Tamil Nadu. Samsung workers are protesting, and when we see it on social media, there is a flag of C2, CITU, the red flag is behind those protesters. And the comments which are coming for those protesters are that, okay, the people of Tamil Nadu are now becoming the people of Kerala. They are going to take away the industries from Tamil Nadu and it will move away to some other state. When you are sitting here as an industry minister, when you are promoting your state, how do you see this kind of perception when which people of outside of Kerala have regarding the state which wants to promote industries?
The thing is different. If it is happening in the state of Kerala, the news is available in all languages. Not only all languages, they are using ChatGPT also for customized UK-based English, US English. Everything is available. But thanks, this is happening in Tamil Nadu, then it is not a big news all over the country. But you please search what is happening in South Korea, in Samsung factories. Lakhs of people are marching. You cannot avoid these type of things. A peaceful atmosphere should be ensured by the management and by the governments. Then it is natural things, this type of. Then it is with the management. Not only in Tamil Nadu, South Korea also the same thing is happening. Some other big MNCs, in Boeing, what is happening? Then it is not a big news, but I think this may be this EY one girl recently died due to the stress in the work conditions. Well reputed institutions. Then try to avoid these things. Very transparent mechanism should be there for workmen and management relations.
Sir, very good afternoon. I have a question, sir. First of all, National Masters Athletic Association is conducting its national event this year in January 2025 at Trichur in Kerala. I was actually waiting for an event in Kerala, and last year I was the person who guided Sangareddy team to Kannur in August 2023. My question is, when I was a first child, a small child, the first sports person my father told me was P.T. Usha. Now, where is Kerala in compared to Haryana doing in sports?
I think Vasu, you'll have to do a sports conclave as well. That's next.
Anyway, we try to utilize the technology to improve our capability of a sports person.
I have a question on what specific initiatives is the government of Kerala taking to reduce the digital divide between the urban and rural areas, and what are the metrics that you are using to assess like how these initiatives which you are taking are successful?
Actually, I have mentioned at the beginning, the digital divide is very less, rural and urban. Not only for this digital divide, geographically, there is very difficult to demark in between urban and rural in the state of Kerala. We have taken several initiatives. I would like to add one more thing, that is for education, schooling. Recently, we have trained 80,000 public school teachers for using AI tools. And artificial intelligence and all these emerging technologies is included in the school syllabus also. If you are comparing to the infrastructure of the public, within inverted commas, actually these public schools are fully private schools, but they use public schools. Then private schools, good quality private schools, but we are taking together the number of ICT, these gadgets and other instruments available in the government and aided schools are higher than available in the private schools in the state of Kerala. Thanks to the MP's contributions, MLA fund,
Right.
and CSR activities, very good infrastructure we have. And also, I have mentioned about the K-phone, that is providing fully free internet access to the BPL family. And also, we are providing internet connectivity to tribal colonies, ST colonies, and free access to SC community also. And we are providing gadgets to the school students, free of cost to the BPL and underprivileged sections, marginalized sections. We are providing that also. And digital literacy, that is most important. Access, affordable access, and digital literacy is a component to ensure avoid digital divide. I think in the November, most probably, Kerala will be the first fully digitally literate state of the country. We are trying for that.
Hello, good afternoon. Again, I think part of my question was answered, but I would still like to ask. I'm a big admirer of Kerala as a state because of literacy levels, right? Kerala was the first state in India to have 100% literacy. And one of the things that you were talking about is AI and coming of AI, right? And it, like how it is changing the software industry, and 45% of the code now is being developed by AI. So the question is, one thing is, yes, making the teachers literate with AI tools, because that is, I believe, the first key step. But I also feel that maybe something in the curriculum needs to change. The way we are teaching, our education has been not so dynamic, both school as well as higher education. And, we are still teaching C and C++ in some of the universities, whereas Python itself is going to become obsolete. So what are the changes do you foresee in the education system and change it to make, employable ready youth?
All we are trying to change that. Without changing, you cannot sustain.
Yeah.
Because if the teachers are teaching the earlier style, putting a question, then students like the ChatGPT, they are getting all details. Then that type of teaching is irrelevant. We are trying to transform the pedagogy from the school level also. And actually, in the last session I had, big institutions, IT institutions are there. They are giving solutions for big corporates. But whether they can give solutions to the local needs and e-governance and other things. We are trying to utilize AI for analytical data and also for predictive decision and strengthen the citizen interaction, and also blockchain to ensure secure and transparent records availability, to ensure transparent predictive informations, and also Internet of Things IoT for small infrastructure for e-governance, strengthening e-governance and local needs, and also for agriculture development. We are trying to utilize all these things to strengthen our economy and improve the living standards of the people of Kerala.
Reema, to your point, I think, yes, absolutely, the curriculum needs to get upgraded. We need to do it comprehensively from school level to a college level to a university level.
That is true, but
Absolutely.
I think in future, curriculum may be irrelevant. But we cannot fix the borders of curriculum because it's change.
Yeah.
Everything is changing in a very
I
speed.
think you talked
manner.
about it already, that professors previously would teach from the notebooks. But today, whatever you know
curriculum
today,
also.
tomorrow is
Curriculum,
obsolete.
on the base of curriculum, we are formulating the syllabi.
Right.
You cannot fix the borders now. That is the
PJ,
other
and any
challenge.
thoughts? You are here, you would obviously, yeah.
So my question is, Kerala is doing so wonderful in terms of these a number of initiatives, especially in education. So are you adopting maybe other district or state outside Kerala, maybe that how you can actually become a role model for them and help this adopt at the India level?
Actually, no need to adopt any states. Every states are working together. They are learning from the good models from other states. We are trying to learn from other states, other parts of the world. All states are doing that. We are working together.
So, just one question. This is regarding the economy of Kerala. Now, with fears of a major war between Israel and Iran, there could be a cascading effect in the entire Middle East. Now, there are a lot of Malayalis in the Middle East. Any discussions going on within the Kerala government on what if something happens?
Actually, it is not confined to a particular part of the country. That is true. Kerala is depending on the migrants of our people who are working in Middle East. But I think it will be reflected also the price of the oil and other things. It will reflect in the economy of the world as a whole. Then all of stood for a stop the war and for a peaceful atmosphere. Peace and all people, irrespective of this state or that state, all people should join hands for peace for the world.
See, my name is Arvind. I have a question. In the last 5 years, we are seeing a trend of students, the youth from Kerala, going to Western European countries for higher education, and they are settling it. This is quite different from the trend we had 2 decades back, where we Malayalis used to go to Gulf, then we come back. Now, what is happening is we are going there. They may not come back to Kerala again. So there is a brain drain that is happening. How is Kerala government going to address this problem? And this is going to be a serious problem, as we can see. In the last year, we came across a report where 7,000 students were going. You might have come across that report, I hope so. So what is the policy initiative of the Kerala government to address the brain drain from Kerala, and how will you bring them back to Kerala?
Good question. If you are going to the mobility report, then you please look into the percentage of the students from AP and Telangana.
Yeah.
They are number one. Then Punjab. But the thing is, the very good propaganda for Kerala. Every day people are going out. But this is reality. The number has been increased. That is true. But the difference is, in our student days, the students are going abroad. Harvard, Cambridge, MIT, Columbia, Yale, Oxford. Now the people are going to countries. Australia, Canada, UK. Nobody is aware of the standard of the college for higher education they are going to. Whenever they landed, first inquiry about the queries with regard to the faculty, how many Nobel laureates were there, what are the standards. Now they are looking only for the part-time jobs. This is the difference. Then now we are looking to this mobility. Our people are going to Canada or Australia or UK. Most of the people are going to UK for higher education studies. Another trend is happening. More than 6,000 or 7,000 people are coming to state of Kerala from Arab countries, from African countries, some parts of the European countries. They are coming to Kerala because the cost and education is less compared to their state, quality is higher than their states. Our people are going to other states. Nobody can stop them because everything is their fingerprints. And also this moral policing and social structure. Several issues are particularly the girls are facing. They are seeking more freedom for their activities, for then equality, they're demanding all over the country. Then these things are happening, but we are trying to control this. That is why I have mentioned that campus industrial park. They can work and study, our full-time internship, and big companies are coming. We are we are establishing new higher education institution, digital university, and also blockchain technology and other robotics. These type of new courses we are started, and also upgrading our education system, incorporating this 4-year graduation already implemented first time in the country. We are trying to improve the quality of higher education system in the state of Kerala, and also providing job opportunities during students' days for our people. We are trying to control, but we cannot stop them. That is the reality.
Slightly off topic, but something that I noticed in your answers is whether it was about protesting labor unions or about the drain question that was just asked. You spoke about how when it happens to Kerala, it becomes news. Not necessarily, although there are other states that probably in the scale are much higher. Kerala some has somehow earned some disrepute. Why do you reckon that is? Do you think people are prejudiced against Kerala? What is it that
No, the only one country that is ruled by left movement and is a progressive secular mechanism.
So you mean politics of Kerala is why it is prejudiced?
Uh, we hear Kerala as a God's own country, as you just mentioned in your statement. The other thing which I am fan for Kerala is its nature. Recently, last few years, I see frequent natural calamities happening. And coming to the topic of Gen AI and AI, what is your how you are using this technology to reduce these calamities affecting the people of Kerala and its resources?
That is true. Due to the climate change and other issues, cloud blast and land wasting, several new phenomena are coming. We are trying to utilizing the technology. Now, Professor Narayanan spoke to me. Our disaster management team came here to discuss with them also. Yesterday, I had a discussion. A new AI-based radar to predict these landslides. We are trying to utilize this technology. That is true. Some mechanism should be there. Technology is most advanced. We are trying to learn from other developed countries how they are using these technologies. To avoid flood at the time, we try to learn from Netherlands. Room for river, that type of technology we have introduced in the state of Kerala. We are trying. Very relevant and genuine question. Thank you.
One more big admirer of Kerala in terms of art and technology. But my question is, generally we talk about a lot of, especially the urban and rural digital divide or digital connect or whatever. Most of the people, they talk about how a lot of brain drain is happening from urban and rural areas to other countries. But what about, is Kerala taking any steps for people from urban to go back to rural areas where they can do, create these kind of opportunities for them? Because especially with food, the other important things like clothing and basic things that are needed, that comes from rural areas. They don't come from urban areas. So what is Kerala doing in terms of working on this?
I think I have mentioned earlier, in Kerala, this divide is very limited, rural and I am coming from a rural area. I think yourself, Mr. Narayanan, Professor Narayanan, he is coming from a rural area. But rural area on this panchayat or on technically speaking, it is rural area. But that village is, he studied in Nedumasheri. The airport is in that village, panchayat. Other airport, Calicut airport is also in a panchayat. Technically, it is a rural area, but there is no very difficult to demark in between. But this brain drain and other things. Now Kerala is contributing 24% of the turnover of medical device industries of the country. 24%. You have said earlier about the blockades and at the time of blockade, COVID, then one Kerala company has developed a consumable for testing D-dimer. Yeah. They got patent. And 1.5 crores of Indians used that for D-dimer test. That is agape. Now how they have developed a new technology along with the Japan company to predict Alzheimer's 10 years before. That is manufactured by this company. And Kerala is the global hub of spice processing. 65% of the oleoresin used by the world population is manufactured by Kerala companies. These are all specific, but big automobile industries, no, very difficult. But automotive technology, yes, we have. We have that technology, automotive. We are trying to transform Trivandrum as an automotive technology hub. But automobile manufacturing, 1,000 or 2,000 acres of land near to the port, it is difficult. But all cars are not technology cars, technology-driven cars without drivers. Then we are providing that technology. We are trying to stop this, control this brain drainage, but we cannot stop it. We cannot stop it. We cannot stop AI, Gen AI. Then what we can do? This Gen AI and robotics will remove our employment opportunities. That is a reality. But we cannot stop it. Then what we can do? Engage. How can we engage? But state like Kerala can focus on developing people with the skills to develop AI tools, Gen AI tools, robotics. Up to that extent, we can ensure employment opportunities to our youth. That is our perspective with regard to that.
Great, and we'll just wrap up. So for all the folks in the audience, I think the whole technology. Sorry, there's another question, or yeah, there's one last.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm asking you this because of your sort of a special position as both holding the law portfolio and the industries portfolio. So, what's your stance on the legal relationship between platforms like Uber, Swiggy, and the people who provide services on those platforms?
Google?
No, like Uber, Swiggy.
Gig workers. We are going to. We expect this. Now our assembly session started yesterday. But a very short session, 9 days, legislative session. Most probably the next section we can pass a gig workers act. We are working on that.
Yeah. So just to wrap up,
and one thing I want to add, Kerala is we have adopted the IT policy in first years of the millennium, focusing on free software, freedom to copy, freedom to modify, freedom to transfer. And the first chief minister met Richard Stallman was our chief minister, Comrade V.S. Achuthanandan at that time. That is why during these issues with the clouds, recent issues, no public delivery system in the state of Kerala is collapsed. Only because of the open source based cloud system and e-governance mechanism.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. Really appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajiv, for engaging us with this conversation. Truly an eye-opener also as far as Kerala is concerned and breaking all those myths around it. I request both you gentlemen to please stay back and call on stage Mr. G.S. Vasu to give them a token of our appreciation, our heartfelt thank you to Mr. Rajiv for coming all the way from Kerala. He flew in this morning. He's already ready to fly back. And yet, he made some time for us. Mr. Rajiv, Minister for Industries, Law and Kerala. Thank you so much, sir. And ensuring this conversation was as interesting and getting in as many questions as possible, Mr. Satish Andra, Managing Director of India Partners. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And Mr. Rajiv already has a proposal for you to be an investor in many of their ventures. As we wait for Mr. Sridhar Babu, he's delayed by about 15 minutes. Tea and refreshments are already there. In case anybody would like to take a break, please reconvene in 15 minutes. And we hope to have a final concluding session with Mr. Sridhar Babu, IT Minister of Telangana. Before the session, we will also have a word from our presenters, carping and unveiling of their product. So please take a short break and reconvene. Thank you. At least 6 people have asked me if we are starting anytime soon. I just want to let you know, yes. Mr. Sridhar Babu is just about 5 minutes away, and we will begin in 5 minutes, requesting all of you to please take your seats. Your friends, if anybody is outside, please invite them back to the floor. The moment the minister is here, we will begin with the presentation from our partners, Carping, and proceed to the concluding session of Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People and Technology Governance for Tomorrow.
Summertime and 11 is easy. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Ah, Your daddy's so rich. Jamal is good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. And one of these mornings, you're gonna rise singing. Then you'll spread your wings and you'll take to the sky. Till that morning, there's nothing can harm you. Daddy and mommy standing by. Summertime and living is easy. Fish are jumping and cotton is high. And all your daddy's and tomorrow she's good
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience, for staying with us, although there has been a slight delay. We are just expected to receive the minister in a minute or two. He will be at the venue. We will begin this session with a word from our presenters, Karping. I request you to stay on with us just 2 more minutes.
little baby.
Mr. Sridhar Babu is already here. He's being received at the lobby as we speak. And with that, I would like to thank you for your patience, requesting all of you to kindly take your seats. Those of us outside can please enter the auditorium and kindly take your seats. One thing you can be all happy about, that traffic is something that bothers the minister also, despite a protocol and an escort vehicle that he had. The concluding session of Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People in Technology Governance for Tomorrow, is even more special because we have amongst us Justice Jasti Chalameshwar. He's taken out time to join us today, a mainstay in all of our editions of Dakshin Dialogues. We were missing you, sir, since the morning session, and we are very, very glad that Justice Chalameshwar has finally been able to make it to this session. Presentation ready? Welcoming Mr. Sridhar Babu, Telangana's Minister for IT, Industry and Commerce. The concluding session will include an interaction with him on the very engaging topic of artificial intelligence. After a day-long discussion on all things people, technology, and governance, what better topic than AI? But just before we venture into that discussion with Mr. Sridhar Babu, a word from our presenters. Carping, and to give that presentation, we have with us Mr. Raghuram Mahamkali, co-founder and CEO, Carping AI Solutions, with over 20 years of diverse experience in product and project management, MIS, content creation, and corporate training. Raghu, with bachelor's in mechanical engineering, has evolved in his career to specialize in artificial intelligence and machine learning, focusing on image and video analysis, object detection, data analysis, deep learning, and custom model training. He combines his rich professional background in managing complex projects and optimizing business processes. His understanding in AI and ML uniquely equips him to guide organizations in leveraging advanced technologies for digital transformation, driving innovation, efficiency, and competitive advantage. I welcome him on stage for a presentation on Carping's first of its kind innovation.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here today as we launch Carping AI Solutions. I would like to extend my thanks to the eminent personalities present here today. Congratulations to South First and the entire team for choosing a topic that's centered around people, technology, and governance. It's inspiring to see support from the government of southern states. Your presence and encouragement mean a great deal to us. So before I begin, as we all know, we are witnessing something extraordinary in the history of humankind. For the first time, technology is advancing faster than people realize they need it. What do I mean by that? Let me give you an example. When the iPhone was introduced back in 2007, people didn't know they needed it. No one was asking for a pocket-sized device that could not only make calls, but also serve as their camera, map, internet browser, and more. Yet today, we cannot imagine our lives without it. It has completely revolutionized the way we live, work, and connect with each other. And we expect AI to do exactly that. This is the era we are living in, where innovation leads the way even before we recognize our needs. At Carping AI Solutions, we are a part of this movement, using the power of AI to solve real-world problems. Our journey began with an open mind and a keen desire to explore limitless possibilities of artificial intelligence. We knew AI could transform industries, and we started by exploring the vast landscape of AI. Machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, neural networks, and reinforcement learning. We were fascinated by the potential of AI to not only predict trends, but also automate decisions and solve complex problems. To make a true impact, we were keen to find an area where our solution could solve daily problems. Before I move forward, can you all tell me how many of us have faced inconvenience in parking? Can you all raise your hands, please? Thank you. I can see a lot of hands up. That brings a smile on my face. Parking, a seemingly mundane activity, something that affects millions of drivers and cities every single day. And that was our problem statement. Think about it. Drivers spend an average of 17 hours a year searching for parking spaces. It's frustrating, it's inefficient, and it also contributes to unnecessary congestion and pollution. It is also challenging for parking lot owners and facility managers. With technologies like computer vision, machine learning, and convoluted neural networks, we were ready to build a solution that would not only help cities and businesses optimize their parking spaces, but also help drivers find parking more efficiently. We wanted to achieve this at significantly lower costs and minimal manual intervention using the power of AI. We therefore chose using cameras and computer vision algorithms instead of going with sensor-based infrastructure. Of course, building the solution wasn't easy. We faced numerous challenges along the way. Training our AI models to recognize parking spaces in different environments required vast amount of data. We had to teach our systems to adapt to real-world complexities, the ebb and flow of parking requirements throughout the day, changing weather conditions, and even the way humans behave. But with every challenge came an opportunity to improve. Our machine learning models went through countless iterations, each time learning from the data and becoming more accurate. We fine-tuned our deep learning algorithms, making them capable of processing real-time data and delivering instant results to the user. So where are we today? Today, I am proud to introduce a SaaS-based, ready-to-deploy Carping's Parking Slot Locator, a smart AI-driven platform designed to revolutionize parking management. Imagine this. You are the owner or facility manager of a busy office building or a mall responsible for keeping things running smoothly, including parking. Dealing with overcrowded lots and frustrated drivers is a daily struggle. Once you install Carping, the system uses existing camera infrastructure, which you're already using for security and surveillance to monitor parking spaces in real time. Once set up by your admin team, the system tracks which spots are free or occupied automatically. We can grant access or restrict the access to your security team, designated employees, or even customers. Or if you choose to make it public, you can make it public as well. You will know through the mobile app, your team or designated employees who are given access can know the situation of the parking on each floor, and the layout is given by the app very beautifully, wherein you have a clear indication of entry exit points and the driveways with the occupied spots marked in red, and the green ones tell us the spots that are free. For you as the managers, it's about streamlining operations, optimizing parking availability, and improving overall experience of your employees and visitors. With a system that's efficient and reliable, you will be able to achieve this. On the user side, it's just as simple. A designated employee rushing to work on a busy morning can just open Carping's Parking Slot Locator app and instantly see available spots. No more circling in frustration. Just park and get on with the day. Carping's Parking Slot Locator streamlines parking management, making it easier and cheaper, while also enhancing the experience for everyone using your facility. But parking is just the beginning. At Carping, we have a bold vision for the future. Our AI technology is scalable, which means it's capable of expanding far beyond parking management. We are committed to building platforms that can solve challenges that haven't been fully articulated yet. AI is constantly learning and evolving. So are we. And we are excited about the possibilities that lie ahead. Thank you very much. May I now request Sri Sridhar Babu Garu to please launch our Carping AI solutions. Please give a round of applause to Sri Sridhar Babu Garu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Not done. No dearth of innovations in India, is there? Speaking of innovation and initiatives, a government that takes initiative is a government that instills confidence in stakeholders. As Minister of IT, Industry and Commerce, Sri Sridhar Babu is doing exactly that for Telangana. Alumnus of the prestigious Delhi University, he was all of 29 when he was first elected as an MLA. Though he has a keen interest in agriculture and welfare of farming community, he's leading the charge in Telangana to traverse through this challenging landscape of artificial intelligence. He's also a cricketer, if you guys didn't know. He's played. He's keen on making Hyderabad the AI capital of India. A lot of competition in that space, but he seems to be sure that Hyderabad will be the AI capital of India, apart from focusing on areas like digital transformation, cloud computing, cybersecurity, and generative artificial intelligence. And today he joins us to talk about exactly that, the role of AI and its impact on society. Thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to be part of Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People, Technology, and Governance for Tomorrow. Engaging him in a conversation today at Dakshin Dialogues will be Jitendra Pucha, EVP, Data Analytics and AI, LTI Mindtree, Managing Committee Member of HYSEA on impact of AI on society. With 27 plus years of IT experience spanning across various industries and geographies, Mr. Jitendra Pucha has been a pivotal force in driving digital transformation as a success in numerous organizations. LTI Mindtree has built modern, cutting-edge data and AI capabilities, achieving industry-leading growth and profitability. He is also spearheading enterprise AI initiatives, particularly in generative AI, which he believes is a game changer in accelerating organizational transformation. Thank you so much, sir, for being here today. I welcome you both gentlemen on stage so that you can take us through your ideas, initiatives, innovations, or plans for tomorrow as far as artificial intelligence is concerned.
Hello all. Good afternoon. I know it's an interesting day. All of you had to go through probably this being the last session, but most important session, what society is looking. And I think since last 1.5 years, 2 years, there is no newspaper item or discussion without artificial intelligence globally. And I'm very happy to host this session, and I'm privileged and honored to do this, none other than Sridhar Babu Garu, who's been spearheading this AI journey in Telangana government. And I'm sure some of you would have seen There is a big global AI summit that happened last year. Several MOUs have been signed, and there are a lot of plans. And I'm sure we're going to get much more perspective from him in terms of AI for society, which we talked about, and what are the opportunities and what are the concerns we're talking about. As the MC mentioned about, he has done a master's in Central University. He's a five-time MLA. He's been in the public service for too long. And nothing more important these days for AI is not just the technology, but it's just the social people, and most importantly, the legal frameworks, because the whole world is worried about what's going to happen to my privacy, what's happened to the regulation, another thing. I think he's a professional. He has done his LLB, and I'm sure legal framework is going to be very, very important from his perspective, and eagerly looking forward to get his perspectives, and also very happy to take this forward. So before we get started, I think Hyderabad has to be AI capital. And if I think about any major transformation like this, everyone is talking about AI is becoming like a general purpose technology. AI is becoming an electricity, like everyone start using at some point of time. What is the big mission, vision you have at this point of time to make it happen?
So very good. I thought of saying good afternoon, but it's good evening, and sorry for the delay. First of all, I would like to convey my deep thanks to my friend, Mr. Vasu, Southwest, where he's conducting this Dakshin dialogues, which is involving all our sister states into the part of our next age governance. And in fact, it's a very, very innovative thought on behalf of Mr. Vasu from Southwest to think of some issue where everybody nowadays is talking about, and especially in terms of technology. Technology has always been an enabler for many things. The point here, what you've been mentioning about is, frankly, I'm a non-technical guy. I don't have 27 years of experience in terms of technology to understand, to put it further. And I'm a policy maker, which we try to see that any technology which should enable our part of governance to make citizens' life more comfortable, the quality of the life of our citizens should be improved, and ultimately, it should be a win-win situation for the citizen and also on the part of government. So this is the real reason why I consider technology as a part and parcel in everybody's life. And today, AI is a buzzword for everybody. And tomorrow, in times to come, as you rightly put it, when somebody, was putting it in 2007 when first iPhone has come, nobody would have thought it would be so prevalent today. But now AI, which is coming up tomorrow, anybody, I think, including all citizens, all from all walks of life, will be using AI to the core. Now what I see is, now the high school graduates are using AI to the core to improve their efficiency in terms of getting good marks or trying to enhance their knowledge, and also see that AI helps in each and every part of their life cycle. So here where we thought right now on the part of state of Telangana, when the simple logic all these days, most of the people who are from different parts of their life journey, who have excelled in that, I see a very eminent lawyer and a judge sitting over here across. So we have too many people over there, legendaries sitting on the other side of the dais. My point here is we have to, in all aspects, even in judicial angle, even in social angle, the political angle or economic angle, our state should excel in all these terms. How shall we excel? How shall we leverage the technology into all fields of our lives and see that we shall contribute and we shall facilitate the new trends in technology to embrace and to harness and to integrate into our society so that we will be more evolved society in times to come. This is a broad angle as a policymaker. I just thought, and tomorrow the second angle is, if we are aiming for, and most of the people would have known it, and most of the people should have seen it, the dream of our governance in the part and parcel of our state progress in terms of economy. Our Chief Minister was specifically mentioning about in a decade's time from now, the government of Telangana should emerge as a major economic partner in terms of our national progress. So we are just having a dream of making our state of Telangana as a 1 trillion economy. And many gentlemen would think that, 1 trillion, we are not even 1/10 of it while we are speaking on these days. The point here is if we have a dream, we can make our steps move forward for that. And if I have to make 1 trillion economy in the next decade, technology helps us to make a leap in terms of improving our economy. And what we have seen is lots of disruptions is taking place in technology. So that's where we just thought, me or my chief minister or my administrative colleagues who are assisting us and the technical experts in the field of technology were assisting us. How do we harness this disruption? How do we integrate this disruption? How do we really harp on that and take a leap, as everybody knows it, and we are so proud that South India excels in terms of curating the technologies of tomorrow, and we are proud that all these five states are making a mark in terms of technology to the global world. Now, we have a very, very, very healthy competition going on. Whereas Kerala, my counterpart, Honorable Minister, would have come here and shared his ideas about the technological impact on the governance. The Karnataka, my colleague would have come, and Tamil Nadu Minister would have shared his views, and many people would have shared their views about it. But still, there's a healthy competition between all these southern states to outgo each other's state in terms of technology. That's a beautiful thing, what we think. And tomorrow, while I was speaking to our, my counterpart minister in Karnataka, we just thought, and we were having a healthy debate how we shall really see that tomorrow in point of time between Hyderabad and Karnataka, how do we connect? Then we were coming up to an idea of making the corridor, the technological corridor, what we can build over a few years between the state of Telangana and state of Karnataka. This is what we are envisaging it about it. And we would like to, keep all the strategies, how we can make a great hub between two technological chains. And I always joke with my, minister over there, who's also a close friend of mine. So I keep on telling, even though they excel and they try to do more in exports, we are still far below down in terms of our exports, software exports to other nations. But the only point is, I have challenged, and I took a challenge that, by making our Hyderabad, this city and this part of Telangana, to excel in AI so that we can take a leap in terms of making so many products from here and see that the exports grows into 10x and 20x, and also see that the research takes place in the state of Telangana, and I always believe now it's high time. It is high time that, we should not be a players like we export the dough to welcome a, prepared bread for others. So we are here to make bread for ourselves and try to export the bread to other countries. I mean to say that all these years, our gray matter, which is present in India, especially in Hyderabad, who were the key makers and key managers or key partners in terms of making products, they were mostly into the coding and enhanced coding. I think you will appreciate that. And the products, after that, the remaining product, the completion of product used to take place in US and Europe countries, and the same product used to come here with high value. Now it's high time where we can literally see that AI, if we can take a lead in that, we can make the products over here and we can export it. So we'll become the world leaders for tomorrow. This is the broad angle as a policymaker. We took it up and we are working on it. In times to come, how do we harness, how do we integrate, how do you model ourselves in times to come to see that our state, the state of Telangana and the Hyderabad becomes the AI global capital.
Thank you, sir. No, you talked about very interesting this morning. Also, quite a few speakers touched upon the entire southern states are generating 65% revenue from an IT exports perspective. I think it's interesting to know healthy competition between the various states to bring together. And most important, $1 trillion economy as we are building, ambition and aspiration. I think there is this famous saying in Africa talking about it takes a village to raise a child. Now, when we're talking about significant amount of collaboration that is required, this morning even Mr. B. Mohan Reddy Garu talked about, we focus more on coding, we focus more on services, but now is the world about products platform. Very nice to see just now Carping has announced a product which they're launching for it. I know there are lots and lots of such thing has to come, which means significant amount of capacity building required in Hyderabad, talent required, and even the ecosystem it required between multiple facets of public, private, institute. So any perspectives on that, any thoughts which you already started doing? I know there are many going on, but would like to share with the audience.
Yeah, thank you. And in fact, to move ahead from what the question you have been asking is, so how to make 1 trillion economy is, the crux. And when I already mentioned about the disruption part, what are the disruptive technologies to share a view about AI into artificial intelligence, data analytics, quantum, cyber security. So all these are disruptive technologies and we are planning to harness it. And second thing is coming down to how well we are equipped in terms of providing the required skill set for these high-end technologies. So we are working on it in the process. We are coming up with the skilling initiatives like Skill University. That high-end technological skill expertise will be imparted in the Skill University, where if you see, we have about 1 million GCC ready talent right now available here. And every year, about a lakh and a half graduates get graduated from engineering sector. And 1 more lakh comes as STEM graduates. So this is a talent pool what we have right now. Either we have to reskill and upskill. Reskill and upskill their skill levels is most important part in terms of them getting trained in these specific disruptive technologies. For that, we have our skill universities. And if you see, for example, if you go to Amirpet Crossroads, the best skilling initiatives, the 4 years of their engineering graduates, after their graduation, they tend to see about going to a Amirpet junction. I think everybody appreciates it. And many takes 3 months course or 6 months course or 9 months course or 12 months course over there. And just see, the industry requires certain sort of skill sets. And on the other side, the universities who have expertise in their academics produce the best of the students. They don't make them job ready. So that's where we found the gap. The gap is there, so we just want to bridge that gap, especially in terms of high-end technologies. And the skill university will be a part and parcel to produce the skill sets required. So one aspect is, harnessing the critical technologies, cutting edge technologies, and second level is to provide the skill set required tomorrow. Recently, we have gone to promote our industries in IT in US and South Korea. As usual, everybody were speaking about AI. And we were so curious that we've asked a couple of companies who were into AI, that are you getting the right skill for the AI? And they were specifically told us that we are not able to find the right people right now because it's in a nascent stage. And this is where we would like to take the advantage and see that tomorrow, if we provide the skill training for the people who would like to be involved in AI, and if we can provide the skill set required, ultimately it's not about, we will become the skill capital. Skill capital, anybody who is looking for the required skill set will be basing their industries, their IT companies back in Hyderabad. This is also one of the view of our governance, and we are moving ahead. In times to come, we would learn lots of things as how any company who is involving AI in times to come, in next 2 to 3 years, by absorbing the data, by collecting the data, or by harnessing the data, becomes a greatest AI company. So we are trying to learn from so many other used cases where we will try to evolve ourselves and try to become the AI. So that's our vision.
Yeah, that's nice to hear, particularly the Skills University. I know that's been a biggest problem across the world. Whoever is coming as GCCs here, one of the reasons is about expecting a lot of skills here. Now, changing a little bit on that, the toughest problem over the years, we talk about employability, skills, and other things. But with AI, it's also actually a little delicate question in the minds of many people. How do we drive innovation with AI? Looks like it's solving many problems, making it easy for people, improving the productivity of the individual. But at the same time, there is a significant fear in terms of the regulatory things that are required within the organization, and I'm sure within the policymakers across the globe. I'm sure you must be interacting with many of them. How do you drive a delicate balance between innovation and regulation? Because one side, people are having crazy imagination about using AI, anything and everything, but the second side, people are worried about privacy, surveillance. How companies, particularly the governments and policymakers, should planning about it?
Yes, that's the best question. I think, any technology should not cross its barriers. In terms of having a regulatory framework is the most important criteria for any policymaker here. And times to come tomorrow, if we are literally seeing how the cyber security and how this is gaining importance as we are using most of the technology and most of our daily chores basing on the technology and on our instruments we hold. And these cyber threats, which is right now there, and tomorrow the time will come, how do we strictly come up with a policy on ethical use of AI? So these are things which has to be deliberated, which has to be discussed, and which has to go a long way while we frame up our laws. That's the real reason. In last month, when we had a AI global conventions, one of the topics was this: how can we frame our laws, keeping in view of ethical use of AI? Because if systems goes haywire, or if an individual thinks he can use AI for his own use, keeping aside the ethical thinking or ethical practices which are existing, that will be detrimental to the society and that will be detrimental to the state as such and to the nation. So these are all things which we are trying to understand, analyze before moving forward. And the regulatory framework, I think it's very necessary right now. Until and unless we have some sort of regulatory framework, to what extent we can use AI. AI can be used in governance, AI can be used in all verticals of industry. AI as such we use for our individual improvement of our performance and efficiency. But on a whole, we have to define, and we are going to define too. In times to come, we'll define to what extent we can use the AI, the ethical use of AI, the regulatory framework. Tomorrow, we will be having, lot many discussions with, so many, policymakers, and we will be having a discussions with, people who are involved in the legal system, and we would be having having a discussions with the technological guys, because keeping that limitation, we should not withhold ourselves in terms of improving our technology. So all these players, the stakeholders of this society will be involved in framing our regulations and putting a framework for that. And that will help to evolve and to see that the AI framework is so robust. If you have seen in Europe, Europe has a beautiful and very, very vibrant policy in terms of their AI. In terms of their AI policy. So these are all things where we are trying to learn from the beautiful lessons they've already put into practice. And in certain times where I was looking on in the aspect of education, the Switzerland holds a beautiful AI model of imparting education. So we would like to take all this best example and put into practice into our system. And we are already on the job and trying to analyze it, and we'll try to bring out a policy paper on that.
Yeah, that's very nice to hear, sir. Particularly, this has been the topic here as well. People, technology, governance, we talked about. Technology for the first time looks like doing little ahead of people getting ready. I think there are plans to make skills ready, and there are plans to make public awareness, etc. But now, changing the topic a little bit on the other side, the governance part, right? I think for the first time, probably Gen AI is giving an opportunity, even from a governance perspective, make lives easier for bureaucrats and others to day what they could eventually do, as well as public services maybe hopefully get much better with that. Are there a set of things within government of Telangana today we're launching and we're trying to do and adopt these technologies which are getting locally built? Is there anything you'd like to share and you'd like to encourage any of us to participate in that?
Sure. We would like to really harness AI into the system of governance. And we are coming up with a beautiful and very vibrant a platform encompassing and putting all 18 department data on one platform. A very vibrant a platform we are trying to build. And we are also trying to see that the data with the government is so large. And the data is king in terms of AI. So how do we ourselves harness this data before the private players comes and takes the data and become the captains for the AI industry, so that in the process to come where we have to improve the efficiency and productivity of our government departments at large is the key. So we are trying to see that all the 33 departments on large will have 2 enablers on AI technology, so that they will help in, data mining, which has been built over the past 70 years, and the data will be collected, and later the data will be curated. What is the right required data is the key element in this. And we will try to see that ultimately efficiency and productivity. and optimum use of resources is most important to us. And that's where we are taking a lead, and no other government as of now has taken a lead in it. And we will also see that the products available right now, which has little value for our governance system. And the companies who are here, who are more advanced in AI, we will try to consult them and try to bring into our system to improve our efficiency and also productivity, and see that the accountability, ultimately we are accountable to the people. Ultimately, our accountability to the people will be the most.
And absolutely, that sounds music to many of the people. I'm sure that will also help the sustainability development goals which you're actually tracking as government. And it also reminds me of these days, everyone is ready for AI except your data. So people say about nobody has the right data. Everyone is trying to make a AI decision. So it's nice to hear Telangana government is already curated many data sets and making it available. And I'm sure that's going to foster innovation within many startups we're planning. There is another dimension with these large language models which are coming. They're all hugely trained with English as a language and done in the Western world. And there is sometimes this fear of probably, is it going to culture, language, and other thing? How much of innovation that has to happen here? I know lots of things happen within Hyderabad ecosystem, Triple IT, and many others are doing. What's your perspective when it comes to language, culture, and how do we think about making sure AI is making more inclusive than making AI more suitable for a set of people kind of a thing? Any thoughts?
True, that's true. In fact, my first statement is to improve the quality of the life of all individuals. It shall and it has to be inclusive. Any democratic nation or democratic country believes in inclusive growth and cutting across the different ideologies of all the parties. So here where it requires English as such, if you compare, it's a global language right now. And also, when AI comes into picture, how do we literally see most of the products over here in the AI are in one language. So how do we integrate that in the regional mode, what people would like to demand and would like to see, and they would like to really, attach the technology for themselves. This is where AI also, in times to come, it's a simple technology nowadays. I think adopting to different regional languages and putting forward, if you see the GPS right now, you get the GPS in all languages right now to the core. And, AI helps very fast and swift. When somebody asked me, when I was asking somebody, I told I'm very, very naive to the technology. And please explain me, how do you define AI? He said millions and trillions of mind put together in a machine. Millions and trillions of the minds put together in a machine. And when you put a question or when some data analysis is being made, the trillions of mind, do the processing at the same time, gives you the result in nth second, where if one mind or other mind or 10 minds take so much of time, the trillions of the mind, that's where I think, as per I understand your question, that language will never be a barrier in terms of productivity efficiency, which is needed for the people. And this is a small and very micro issue which shall be tackled by AI.
Yeah, I know AI is also helping in many languages translation much faster than what it used to be in the past. So making it easy, speech recognitions and image recognition. I know more positives, but at the same time, I hope we all use for the right purpose to make it happen. Just a little bit on the other side that we briefly talked about before about the cyber security issues we talked about. AI is also creating significant challenges with the deep fakes and other thing. As a public and government, there seems to be a continuous challenges for governments to deal with it because the false rumors and spreading the messages going much faster than it. So what is that, public and government should work together in making this is much more better society instead of looking AI as a solving problem for everything, nor a devil which is going to eat everyone kind of a thing?
Any technological advancements have these hazards. Deepfakes is the biggest thing what we are encountering right now. And this is a thing where we should really think about it. The technological companies or on part of the government, as we policymakers, a regulatory framework has to be created. That's the real reason I was telling about the European Union coming up with a policy on AI. That's the best policy what I try to understand. And lot many things comes. Right now we are seeing 2 or 3 issues, the hazards like deepfakes and other issues. But in times to come, when AI comes into real existence, I don't think it's in a very nascent stage as of such. And it comes when the data goes on into the machine and it becomes so proficient in the machine. So many other things where the best of the brains can be used for the wrong purpose. So they may try to create some product which can be detrimental, right? They have created right now, and it will be so detrimental. How do we can control is the main important aspect at the global level, at the national level. Nowadays, we see we are not able to control the social media, right?
Yes.
One aspect, if you see the social media, there's no authenticity, no legality, nothing, but you can't literally able to, strike a limitation with the social media partners here. For good purposes, it's really good to disseminate the information or sharing the thoughts or providing the information required by the people. But the other way, if you see, most of these networks are used for some other purpose, which are detrimental and which are literally detrimental for the individuals and society at large. So AI also has this negative aspects, which we foresee. And times to come, I'm literally saying that we will follow the best models, which are already there in the global arena, and also try to evolve, because now the new R&D, what we are trying to ascribe, the biggest facility in AICT, which is going to come in the next first quarter of December, January. So we will see that the R&D, we will try to evolve and try to see that some regulatory framework will be created for that.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. As a parent of a 16-year-old girl, it's always fascinating to know what government is also doing while individuals are doing. One last question from my end. I don't know how am I doing on time. The biggest aspiration of AI infrastructure, which actually require data, which you talked about as a state we are doing, and I'm sure Southwest, part of the dialogue, we are working with other states to really collaborate with that. But it's also required significant amount of GPU, semiconductor units, and large data centers, many other pieces. I believe maybe there has to be a coordinated or support from national level. How as a industry and how as a different states and national government should come together, because this is a very big in terms of bringing all these pieces together. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. The process, when we announced about AICT in the month of February this year, we just did mention just as a physical infrastructure what we are going to try to build. It's about the architecture which is required for this AICT. The state of art architecture should be here. That is the ultimate objective of this government. So for that, what need to be done? So the first level is getting through most of the inputs and opinions and suggestions from many global players, where the first step we took is having a convention of AI global convention. There we had some input. We invited so many partners to build this AICT. And we know that AICT requires high capital expenditure. When we thought about it, we never visualized it. When we are dwelling inside and deep inside it, millions of dollars are required right now. So for that, and when we started doing our exercise on a PPP model, now we are so confident about because many partners have come to aid, assist, and to take part. in this AI city. One of it is NVIDIA's. And you know how demandful is the GPUs from NVIDIA, and what is the waiting time for any GPUs coming from NVIDIA too. So they have involved themselves in getting us the GPUs. We know hyperscaling computing is required. So where we would like to see that AI city, which in the campus of 200 acres of land, which we are trying to base this, physical and technological architecture involved, which involves millions and millions of rupees required, where we are inviting PPP partners also. We just want to involve them, our partners, to come and to aid in terms of R&D. And we would be inviting many product companies to come and station them. And we would be going for so many innovations. And we'll be giving so much of impetus for the startups. There's so much of scope for the startups. And these are areas where we look up. And we have a school of excellence also we are designing over there. A school of excellence only in terms of AI we are designing. For that, we need absolutely in this federal governance, we need support from the center at any cost. We need support in terms of building AI. We need center support in terms of the semiconductor industry, fab. And we need in transformation of a governance into a digital transformative governance. So center support definitely is required because everything involves too much of capital expenditure. So for this, we are seeking the center's interventions in terms of our state initiatives and hope to see the center will also come positive because we are also part and parcel of our nation. And many a time, we would like to focus to the center also in terms of our semiconductor industry where we didn't get, even though we have put forward straightforwardly to the central government, that many players are willing to put up their manufacturing semiconductor industries. We couldn't able to get one. The priority is being given to one other state, and that is also anguish and agony on behalf of a state of Telangana. But times to come, hope the vision or the thinking of the central government changes, especially in terms of the southern states too. They would be coming and aiding us. And tomorrow's in AI. Also, we would like to see their presence more over here. And we will push, we will demand, and we will seek the central assistance, the national government assistance in helping us to see that our technology grows further and becomes a major player in the global arena. This we don't want to compromise on it because we are a part and parcel of India, and Central has also an obligation to fulfill the requirements of all states. And the strength of our state is technology. And we would be taking each and every pie from the center through our means. So that is our idea and that is our goal.
Yeah, I know I already got a signal, so are we done? Yeah, maybe one or two questions.
Hello, sir. So, as you mentioned that state is harnessing AI for governance. As per my understanding, two of the state government departments, one food supply department and another home department, is utilizing AI quite well in the state. But there is one question that arises that when food supply department is issuing ration cards for the people through the help of AI, there is 1% problem that 1% of the people are not getting the ration card. That 1% is around 1,000 people or 10,000 people. They are not able to get the ration card because of the problems with the AI technology. On the same way, FRT, facial recognition technology, where AI is being utilized, even when there is 0.1% mistake in that AI, that takes one person's liberty. Police will arrest or they will put some cases on them. Then there will be the liberty of that person will be taken. So how do you see that state is rectifying these governance issue which is coming because of the AI? And second question I have also, so Hydra is the talk of the town right now. So is there any plan for taking the data of HMDL leaks and putting the FTL into AI?
Right question. Earlier, I was also a food and civil supplies minister a decade back. So when it comes to ration card and all, who gives the data? Data is only entered into the machine, right? So when you enter in the data into the machine, so depending upon the data only, the AI comes into picture. So how well the data is being curated and is given is an important aspect. So when there is a 0.5% or 1% or 2% error in the data, you get the same data, right? AI can't be a human, and it's only humans which give the data. So over the point, from the down level bureaucracy to the top level bureaucracy, who gives the data from the village level or from the basti level, is the data which will be collected by an individual. And we are trying to come up with a family card right now. This is the best example where I can say is, suppose, for example, if I have lost the data of one eligible ration card applicant, so we are combining this family card with our Arogyasri, with all other pensionary beneficial schemes. We are synchronizing all this data from 18 departments altogether. So this AI does is, if something would have missed from one department in terms of giving the data to our AI, so some other department may not be losing the data, and that data, this data, all the data will be collected and see that most of it comes accurate. If something is not coming accurate, it all depends. We have not read the data rightly. Hopefully, I gave you the answer. And second thing is about Hydra and all the statics, all the data, or the satellite data, we will correlate and see that ultimately the common man is benefited. The guy like Sridhar Babu or Mr. Vasu sitting is not benefited. But our ultimate objective is that the common man should have all the benefits of the any government action. So in terms of hydro or cleaning the Musi River, we will collect all the data available. For example, if I take one more minute, there is now data collection for the poor man's pension, old age pension. is ultimately the human being only. Whether you study, whether you don't study, I can quote something, you know, a professional MTech graduate who graduates in the same competency level, you know, the intelligence of one 10 plus graduate. I've seen, I've literally visualized and literally experienced. He has more competence in terms of giving input, how to give the input, how to make machines analyze and give a right answer, rather than a super duper literate academic graduate. So it all depends upon the human beings only. You know, computers are created by the human beings. AI is also an invention, a new cutting edge technologies done by human being itself. Millions of minds put together, algorithm is being made, and that has made the things move and this come. It's absolutely, if you ask the same question, what is there in Mahabharata, and if you press one button on the system, wherein he can put what are the good virtues of a good human being. If you can see a couple of AI engines in your, and try to type it and say, Mahabharata said this, or the Lord Krishna has said that Lord Rama has ascribed to this 12 virtues. It will be coming. You know, sometimes it's so useful. Sometimes it's so useful. Everything is man. When times to come, I am also scared that, you know, when too much of data is been, you know, is reaped into the machine. So machines will only make decisions and we won't be making any decisions. That is your question, and we won't be having that. That is on the super level of AI. I think that age may be coming in times to come. I don't know. But it all depends upon human beings only have control on all these machines. No, they are worsting. Israel is still working. What I've seen, read in the newspaper. 5G is not totally into the greatest extent. 6G also we are working like. You know, I think IIIT is working, IIT is working. So many other universities are working on this. You know, the emergence of 6G. As far as I know, I may be wrong, but they are still working. I think you know. You are the right person, sir, to say, but they are literally working on it. They are literally working on it at the global level too. 6G has not emerged fully. No, Vasu, that's fine. So it's only common sense which made AI come into picture. So the best of the brains have come and put up some sort of algorithms, and these things have come. I do understand. You definitely I understand your agony and anxiety. But AI should be helpful in recruiting. AI will help the governance also. How many vacancies are there? At what time it has to do? The accountability also comes into picture in times to come, and it will flag. It will flag, these are the issues you have to do, Mr. Sridhar Babu, you are not doing it. If I don't do it, every 5 years, we have to renew our faith, to renew our term. So you know, in the political democracy, that the biggest weapon the people have. You know, if we are not sticking to what promise we made, ultimately it's choice. Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir. One more question, sir. Has the government got any major plans to leverage these AI technologies to enhance public administration and deliver public services and take these things to next level, sir?
Sure. You know, in fact, I mentioned, you know, in terms of productivity, in terms of efficiency, in terms of accountability, AI helps and aids the governance. So this is where we have taken a cue from it, and we are trying to process our departments to adopt the AI into their streams of administration. And ultimately, It will definitely improve our efficiency. It will increase our strength in terms of deliverable of our services. And we will tend to see that now we have seen that carping, that is also deliverably of the best parking system what we can give it to the citizens. So these sort of all, if you see that, we can consider it in the transport department. For example, if we consider for the municipal administration department, where the traffic is too high in volume. So these are all things where we will try to capitalize on it and we will try to move forward. We are here to harness at any cost, to provide, the best of the AI technologies into the stream of our administration, keep moving forward. The three aspects: accountability, efficiency, and productivity. Ultimately, all these things become transparency to the citizens. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Thank you so much, sir, for addressing all the questions. Personally, it's a privilege and I thoroughly enjoyed as much as the audience also enjoyed. I think few things probably I just start to concluding remarks for that. I think one is about education, healthcare, agricultural. There is a lot of work happening. Those of you who have not gone through, there is a 44-page AI strategy mission which is launched last month. Please go through. A lot of your questions can address there in terms of key pillars, in terms of data assets, what innovation that's happening, as well as the regulation by Telangana government. The second is about, there are many things Minister Garu talked about in terms of the AI city, skills university, how collaboration between various state governments that's happening. And most importantly, morning some speakers talked about how collaboration between various government agencies and universities and other pieces that's happening. And I think B.V. Mohan Reddy Garu also mentioned about startups are going to generate significantly more employment. I think it's important for us to collaborate more and drive that pace. And I think government is working ahead of time in terms of policy, frameworks, and getting employability ready, because that's been a biggest question everyone is asking about these days. People getting into engineering colleges, the first question they're asking by the time I complete 4 years, is computer science is going to be relevant? Should I join AI? Kind of a questions. I'm sure while Minister Garu mentioned in a lighter note about Amirpet, whatever people talked about United States of Amirpet, which actually produced many people to United States. Now, actually, how do you bring more formal way to get people employable is a great initiative. I know there are many, many more things that can achieve. First of all, let me thank South First for organizing this, a dialogue, which is actually helping all of us to get together to understand better about many open items. And particularly in the minds of if some people are still thinking AI is here to stay, AI is cynical, AI is bad. I'm sure we're already getting a lot of benefits. Those of you familiar, I think our Telangana government police department using extremely effectively during rains and traffic. If some of you are survived and reached homes, it's one of the reasons about AI has been machine learning and computer visions effectively utilized. So please don't look at AI as the evil which is there. If you can utilize in a right manner, it's helping all our daily lives in a much better way. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that engaging session. I would request both Mr. G.S. Vasu, the founder and CEO of South First, to please present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Sridhar Babu for sparing the time to be here between his busy schedule. Minister for IT, Industry and Commerce for Telangana, and speaking about AI with such detail, perhaps also convincing a section of the audiences that AI is not a monster to be afraid of, but a friend that you tread with caution with. And also to Mr. Jitendra Pucha, EVP, LTI Mindtree, for engaging Mr. Sridhar Babu in a conversation, making this a session that all of us much enjoyed. Thank you so much, gentlemen. With that, we come to the end of Dakshin Dialogues 2024, People and Technology Governance for Tomorrow. Now, how do you humble a conclave that is all about technology, AI, governance? You just pull the electricity. That's exactly what happened just a moment. So my apologies for the short break in electrical mess that we had here. But thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience, for being so patient since morning. We owe a huge thanks to all our guests, our moderators, our panelists, the staff here, our audio and visual team, our camera persons, our photographers, especially the banquet hall management team of Taj Krishna. Thank you all for being here today. Before I say goodbye to all of you, just to give a thanks to everybody who was here, Mr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister for IT, Tamil Nadu, Mr. Panindra Sama, who engaged him in a conversation on making India a global brand. Also, our thanks to Mr. Sharad Bachegowda, Chairman of Kionics, Government of Karnataka, Professor P.J. Narayanan, Director of IIIT Hyderabad. I accidentally called it Indian Institute of Information Technology. I stand corrected, International Institute of Information Technology. And Professor Ramesh Loganathan of IIIT. Mr. Kumar Jain could not be here and we missed him terribly. So as Mr. Priyank Kharge, the Minister for IT from Karnataka, Shri P. Rajiv, Minister for Industries and Law, Kerala, who was in conversation with Mr. Satish Endra of India Partners on urban-rural digital divide. We thank Karping, our presenters for Dakshin Dialogues 2024, and now the ultimate session with Mr. Sridhar Babu, Minister for IT and Industry Commerce, Telangana Government, and Jitendra Pucha for being here on Dakshin Dialogues 2024. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience.